Here begins the audiobook adaptation of Fyodor Dostoevsky's Notes from a Dead House. We'll start with some important background to help you understand the world you're about to enter. This introduction is based on the work of the book's translators and editors, who have provided valuable context for Dostoevsky's experience. Late on an April night in 1849, a young Fyodor Dostoevsky was woken in his Petersburg apartment and arrested. His crime was participating in a secret, utopian socialist society. He and the other members, including the group's founder, Mikhail Petrushevsky, were all arrested at the same time. The Emperor, Nicholas I, had been spooked by the revolutions sweeping across Europe in 1848, and he decided to crack down on radical intellectuals. These men, who became known as the Petroshevists, were held in the Peter and Paul fortress for 8 months during the investigation. In the end, a commission recommended death by firing squad. The military court later reduced this sentence to 8 years of hard labor in Siberia. Dostoevsky was specifically charged with 2 things. First, for sharing a letter from a liberal critic that was filled with what they called impertinent expressions against the Orthodox Church and the sovereign power. Second, for attempting to set up a secret printing press. The emperor himself reviewed Dostoevsky's sentence, changing it to 4 years of hard labor followed by 4 years of military service in Siberia. But he also decided to stage a cruel piece of theater for the prisoners. He planned a mock execution on the Semyonovsky parade ground, which would be interrupted at the very last second by an imperial pardon and the reading of their real sentences. One biographer notes that the emperor personally managed every detail: the size of the scaffold, the uniforms for the condemned, the priest's clothing, the tempo of the drum roll, the exact route from the fortress to the shooting ground, the breaking of swords over their heads, and the shackling of the prisoners. On December 22, 1849, this horrifying performance took place. Dostoevsky, who had just turned 28, was in the second group of 3 men to be executed. In a letter to his brother Mikhail, written that same evening, Dostoevsky declared, "As I look back upon the past and think how much time has been spent to no avail, how much of it was lost in delusions, in mistakes, in idleness, in not knowing how to live, what little store I set upon it, how many times I sinned against my heart and spirit, for this my heart bleeds. Life is a gift. Life is happiness. Every moment could have been an age of happiness. Si jeunesse savait." He wrote in French, which means, "if youth only knew." He continued, "Now, on changing my life, I am being born again in a new form. Brother, I swear to you I will not lose hope and will preserve my spirit and my heart in purity. I'll be reborn to the better. This is all my hope, all my consolation." That rebirth did happen, but it was a slower process than Dostoevsky might have imagined. It came about through experiences he could never have foreseen before his years at hard labor. His book, which you are now listening to, is an account of that transformation. In February 1854, Dostoevsky was released from prison in Omsk and sent to serve as a private in a fortress in Kazakhstan, about 400 miles further east. For the first time, he was allowed to contact his family. In a letter to his brother, he described the horrors of prison life, especially the hatred the peasant convicts felt for the nobility, a class to which he belonged. The details in his letter are even more shocking than what you will hear in this book. Yet, in that same letter, he could also say this about the robber-murderers he lived with: "Believe me, there were deep, strong, beautiful natures among them, and it often gave me joy to find gold under a rough exterior." This intense contradiction was at the core of Dostoevsky's prison experience, and the struggle to understand it would shape all of his future work. Dostoevsky arrived at his new post filled with plans for writing. He felt he had enough material for many volumes. Though as an exile he was forbidden to publish, he hoped that would change. He asked his brother to send him books. The list is telling. He requested ancient and modern historians, church histories, the Quran, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and Hegel's History of Philosophy. It was clear he intended to rethink his former utopian socialism from both a historical and philosophical perspective. "I won't even try to tell you what transformations went on in my soul, my faith, my mind, and my heart in those 4 years, he wrote. That perpetual escape into myself from bitter reality has borne its fruit. I now have many new needs and hopes of which I never thought in the old days. During this time, Dostoevsky befriended a young baron named Alexander Igorovich Wrangel, who admired his early writing. The two eventually shared a house. The baron's memoirs, published many years later, give us a moving portrait of Dostoevsky. He describes their first meeting. He had on a soldier's greatcoat with red stand-up collar and red epaulets. Morose, with a sickly pale face covered with freckles, he wore his light blonde hair cut short. In height, he was taller than average. Staring intently at me with his intelligent gray-blue eyes, it seemed he was trying to peer into my soul. Through Wrangel, Dostoevsky was introduced into society, where he met his future wife, Maria Dmitrievna Isaeva. Wrangel remembered Dostoevsky working on his prison memoirs while they lived together. He wrote, "I was happy to see him during the moments of his creative work, and I was the first person who listened to the notes of this outstanding work of art." After the death of Emperor Nicholas I in 1855, his son, Alexander II, came to the throne. A more liberal spirit began to fill the government. Dostoevsky was promoted, his rights as a nobleman were restored, and he was able to marry Maria Dmitrievna. His work and the chaos of his courtship had interfered with his writing, but after his marriage, he returned to it steadily. The deep change that was happening inside him had not yet found its voice. In 1859, he was finally allowed to return to Petersburg. In the spring and summer of 1860, Dostoevsky set to work on the final version of Notes from a Dead House. He was worried the censors would not approve his portrayal of life at hard labor, so he first published a few chapters in an obscure weekly magazine to test the waters. The censors passed them. The complete Notes from a Dead House was then published in the magazine he started with his brother in 1861 and 1862. The book made a very strong impression on the public, especially the radical youth. It marked a triumphant return to literature for Dostoevsky. As one scholar observed, no writer was now more celebrated than Dostoevsky, whose name was surrounded with the halo of his former suffering. Writers also admired the book. Turgenev compared it to Dante's Inferno, and Tolstoy thought it not only Dostoevsky's finest work, but one of the best in all of Russian literature. Notes from a Dead House was the first published account of life in the Siberian hard labor camps. It started a whole genre of prison memoirs in Russian literature, but the book was innovative in its composition as well. Dostoevsky used a semi-fictional form. The narrator of the notes, Alexander Petrovich Goryanchikov, is a former nobleman serving a 10-year sentence for murdering his wife in a jealous rage. His story is presented to us by another narrator, the editor of his manuscript. This fictional framing was partly a trick for the censors. The notes of a common criminal were more likely to be published than those of a political one, but the mask is dropped rather quickly. By the second chapter, the narrator's experiences and thoughts are clearly Dostoevsky's own. His personality does not disappear from view. He is present as both the observer of the life around him and the protagonist of the inner transformation that prison brings about. The book is divided into two parts. Part 1 is made up of first impressions. It is filled with vivid details that both repel and fascinate the narrator as he tries to settle into his new life. Part 2 is constructed differently. Here, the narrator speaks more generally about prison life, but there is an underlying unity in his deepening perception of the people around him. He begins to see them not as abstract figures, but as complex human beings. As a result of this structure, there is no sense of time passing. The prison is a dead house, frozen in time, but the author himself moves. It is the movement of his own increasing understanding, which culminates in a sudden assertion near the end of the book. I must say it all. These people are extraordinary people. They are perhaps the most gifted, the strongest of all our people. But their mighty strength perished for nothing, perished abnormally, unlawfully, irretrievably. And who is to blame? This inner change began during his first Easter in prison, with a forgotten memory from his childhood. He wrote about it 15 years later in an entry entitled "The Peasant Mary," which we will include as an appendix to this audiobook. It tells of how, as a frightened 9-year-old boy, he was comforted by one of his father's serfs. Recalling this moment 20 years later in Siberia, Dostoevsky felt a profound shift in his heart. He wrote, "And so when I got off my bunk and glanced about, I suddenly felt that I could look at these unfortunate men with totally different eyes, and that suddenly, by some miracle, all the hatred and anger in my heart had vanished completely." What he saw was a complexity of character, a capacity for both extreme evil and extreme good that destroyed the simple assumptions of his youthful socialism. Early in the book, he reflects on a riddle that pursued him in prison. How could the same crime and the same sentence apply to such an enormous variety of human characters and motives? This riddle would echo through all his later work. All of Dostoevsky's later masterpieces grew out of his meditation on the extremes he met in the hitherto completely unknown reality of the dead house. It is ultimately a meditation on human freedom. He saw that the potential for both good and evil was innate in even the crudest of men, and that they would never renounce the need to assert their freedom, no matter how bizarre or deformed the results might be. As he writes, "The prisoner himself knows that he is a prisoner, an outcast, but no brands, no fetters will make him forget that he is a human being." And now we begin the story itself. Introduction. In the remote parts of Siberia, amidst steppes, mountains, or impenetrable forests, you can sometimes find small towns. They might have 1,000 or 2,000 inhabitants, with unsightly wooden houses and 2 churches, one in town, the other in the cemetery. They look more like a good-sized village near Moscow than a proper town. Despite the cold, serving as an official in Siberia is an extremely warm and comfortable post. People live simply, the customs are old and firm. The officials, who are the Siberian aristocracy, are either native Siberians or newcomers from Russia, lured by good wages and hopes for the future. Those who can solve the riddle of life often stay in Siberia and take root there. But others, light-minded folk, soon grow weary and ask themselves why on earth they came. They impatiently serve their 3-year term and then go back home, denouncing Siberia and laughing at it. They are wrong. In many ways, one can be blissfully happy in Siberia. The climate is excellent, there are many rich and hospitable merchants. The young ladies blossom like roses and are highly moral. Wild birds fly through the streets. Champagne is drunk in unnatural quantities. The caviar is astonishing. Generally, it is a blessed land. You only need to know how to take advantage of it. In Siberia, they know how. In one such merry little town, I met a man named Alexander Petrovich Goryanchikov. He was a former landowner sent to hard labor for murdering his wife. After serving his 10-year term, he was living a quiet life as a settler in the town of K, as we'll call it. He made a living by teaching children. It's common in Siberian towns to find exiled settlers working as teachers. They mostly teach French, a language no one in those remote parts would know otherwise. I first met Alexander Petrovich in the house of Ivan Ivanovich Gvozdikov, a distinguished and hospitable official with 5 promising daughters. Alexander Petrovich gave them lessons 4 times a week. His appearance interested me. He was an extremely pale and thin man, about 35 years old, small and frail and always neatly dressed. When you talked to him, he would look at you very intently, listening to your every word as if you were setting him a task or trying to learn some secret. His answers were clear and brief, but he weighed every word so carefully that you would suddenly feel awkward and be glad when the conversation was over. I learned that he led an irreproachable life, but he was terribly unsociable, hiding himself from everyone. Some said he was positively mad. We all knew his story, that he had killed his wife in the first year of their marriage out of jealousy and then turned himself in, which had lightened his punishment. Such crimes are often seen as a misfortune and are looked upon with pity. But despite all that, the odd fellow stubbornly shunned everyone. At first, I paid him no special attention, but gradually he came to interest me. There was something enigmatic about him. It was impossible to get into a conversation with him. I remember once walking home with him on a beautiful summer evening. I invited him to my place for a cigarette. I cannot describe the look of horror that came to his face. He was completely at a loss, started muttering, and then, casting an angry glance at me, rushed off in the opposite direction. I was even surprised. From then on, whenever we met, he looked at me with a sort of fright. But something drew me to him, and a month later I went to his lodgings myself. It was a stupid and indelicate thing to do. He lived on the outskirts of town with an old tradeswoman who had a consumptive daughter, and that daughter had a child of her own, a pretty little girl of about 10. Alexander Petrovitch was teaching the little girl to read when I came in. Seeing me, he became as confused as if I had caught him in a crime. He was completely taken aback. I realized he was suspicious to the point of madness. He looked at me with hatred, as if asking, "Will you leave soon?" I tried talking about our town, about the news, but he was silent. It turned out he didn't know the most ordinary town news and wasn't interested in knowing it. He looked at me so strangely that I finally became ashamed of our conversation. I tried to tempt him with new books and magazines I had just received, but he refused, saying he lacked the time. I finally took my leave, feeling that an intolerable burden had been lifted from my heart. I was ashamed for pestering a man who so clearly wanted to be left alone. Circumstances took me away from our town for about 3 months. When I returned in the winter, I learned that Alexander Petrovitch had died that autumn, alone, without ever sending for a doctor. The town had nearly forgotten him. I went to see his landlady to find out what her tenant had been occupied with, and whether he had been writing anything. For 20 kopecks, she brought me a basket full of his papers. The old woman confessed that she had already used 2 notebooks for her own purposes. She told me he hardly ever did anything, and for months on end did not open a book or pick up a pen. Instead, he paced his room all night, thinking and sometimes talking to himself. He loved her granddaughter Katya very much. He couldn't stand visitors and hardly ever spoke a word to her in 3 years. I asked Katya if she remembered her teacher. She looked at me silently, turned to the wall, and began to cry. So the man had been able to make at least one person love him. I took his papers and spent a whole day sorting them. Most were insignificant scraps, but there was one voluminous notebook, filled with small, unfinished handwriting. It was a description, though a disjointed one, of the 10 years of life at hard labor that Alexander Petrovitch had endured. Sometimes this description was interrupted by some strange, horrible memories, jotted down as if under some constraint. I read those passages several times, and was almost convinced they had been written in madness. But the notes on hard labor, scenes from a dead house, as he himself calls them in his manuscript, seemed to me not without interest. The totally new world, the strangeness of some facts, the particular observations about those lost people, fascinated me, and I read some of it with curiosity. Of course, I may be mistaken. As a test, I will begin by selecting 2 or 3 chapters. Let's see what you, the listener, make of it. Chapter 1, The Dead House. Our prison stood at the edge of a fortress, right by the rampart. Through the cracks in the fence, you could look out at God's world. But all you could see was a strip of sky and a high earthen wall overgrown with weeds. On the wall, sentries paced up and down day and night. You would think that years would pass, and you would come to look through those same cracks and see the same rampart, the same sentries, and the same little strip of sky. Not the sky over the prison, but a different far-off free sky. Picture a large yard, about 200 paces long and 150 wide. It's surrounded by a high stockade, a fence of tall posts dug deep into the ground. On one side of the wall are sturdy gates, always locked, always guarded. Beyond those gates was the bright, free world. People lived like everybody else. But on our side of the wall, that world seemed like an impossible fairy tale. Here you were in a special world, with its own laws, its own clothing, its own customs. A living dead house, a life like nowhere else, with special people. This is the special corner I am setting out to describe. Once inside the wall, you see several buildings. On both sides of the yard are 2 long, 1-story log houses. These are the barracks where the prisoners live, sorted by category. Further in, there is another house for the kitchen, and beyond that, another building for cellars and storerooms. The middle of the yard is an empty, level space where we lined up for head counts morning, noon, and evening. Behind the buildings, some of the more unsociable prisoners liked to walk in their free time, thinking their own thoughts. I liked to peer into their sullen, branded faces, trying to guess what they were thinking. One prisoner's favorite pastime was counting the fence posts. There were about 1,500 of them, and he had them all counted. Each post was a day for him. Each day he counted off one post, and by the number left, he could see how many days he had left in prison. He was sincerely glad when he finished counting one side of the hexagon. He still had many years to wait, but in prison, there was time enough to learn patience. I once saw a prisoner taking leave of his comrades. He had been in prison for 20 years. Some remembered him arriving as a young, carefree man. Now he was leaving as a gray-haired old man with a sad, gloomy face. He went silently around our 6 barracks, praying before the icons in each one, and then bowing low to his comrades, asking them not to remember any evil against him. I also remember a peasant prisoner who was called to the gates one evening. 6 months earlier, he had heard that his former wife had remarried, and he had been deeply saddened. Now she herself had come to the prison and given him some alms. They talked for 2 minutes, wept a little, and said goodbye forever. I saw his face when he came back to the barrack. Yes, you could learn patience in that place. When darkness fell, we were all brought to the barracks and locked in for the night. I always found it hard to go back inside. It was a long, low, stuffy room, dimly lit by tallow candles, with a heavy, stifling smell. I don't know how I survived for 10 years in it. My space was 3 planks on a bunk. About 30 men shared the same bunk in our room. In winter, they locked us up early, and it was a good 4 hours before everyone fell asleep. In the meantime, there was noise, din, laughter, swearing, the clank of chains, fumes and soot, shaven heads, branded faces, ragged clothes. Yes, a man survives it all. A man is a creature who gets used to everything, and that, I think, is the best definition of him. There were about 250 of us in the prison. Some came, others left, still others died. And they were all kinds of people. I think every region of Russia had its representatives here. They were sorted according to the severity of their crime. The main group were criminals totally deprived of all civil rights, their faces branded as a mark of their outcast state. Then there were military criminals who were sent for shorter terms. And finally, there was a special category of the most terrible criminals, mainly from the military. It was called the Special Section. They were considered lifers. This was a long time ago. I see it all as if in a dream. I remember entering the prison on a December evening. A mustached sergeant finally opened the door to this strange house where I was to spend so many years and endure so many sensations. For example, could I ever have imagined how terrible it would be that in all 10 years of my term I would never once be alone? At work, always under guard. At home, with 200 comrades, never once alone. Here there were murderers and robbers, thieves and tramps. Each of them had his own story, hazy and oppressive, like the fumes in your head after a night of drinking. They rarely spoke of the past. No one could surprise anyone here. "We're literate folk," they often said with strange self-satisfaction. I remember a drunken robber once began telling how he killed a 5-year-old boy. The whole barrack, which had been laughing at his jokes, cried out as one man, and the robber was forced to shut up. They didn't cry out in indignation, but because it was not acceptable to talk about such things. Incidentally, these people were indeed literate in the literal sense. More than half of them could read and write. Someone once concluded from this that literacy ruins the people. That is a mistake. The causes are quite different, though literacy does develop self-assurance, but that is by no means a shortcoming. At first glance, you could notice a strong similarity in this strange family. Even the most distinct personalities tried to fall into the general tone of the prison. Generally, all these people were gloomy, envious, terribly vain, boastful, and touchy. The ability to be surprised at nothing was considered the greatest virtue, but not infrequently, the most arrogant look could change in a flash to the most cowardly. There were several truly strong men. They were simple and unaffected. But strangely, even some of these strong men were vain, almost to the point of sickness. The majority were depraved. There was ceaseless gossip and scandal-mongering. It was hell, pitch darkness. Yet no one dared to rebel against the internal rules and customs of the prison. Everyone submitted. There were outstanding characters who submitted with difficulty, but they submitted all the same. Looking around, a newcomer would soon realize that he had landed in a new place, that there was no one here to surprise, and he would humble himself and fall in with the general tone. This general tone consisted of a sort of special personal dignity. It was as if the title of convict was a sort of rank, and an honorable one at that. There were no signs of shame or repentance. There was, however, a sort of outward humility, a calm philosophizing. "We're lost folk," they would say. "You didn't know how to live in freedom, now you can listen to the drumhead's leather." But it was all just words. Hardly any of them acknowledged their lawlessness to themselves. If an outsider tried to reproach a prisoner for his crime, there would be no end of cursing. And what masters at cursing they all were. They raised it to the level of a science. They had not gathered here by their own will. They were all strangers to each other. "The devil wore out 3 pairs of boots before he got us all together," they said of themselves. And so gossip, intrigue, envy, and spite were always in the foreground of this hellish life. I repeat, there were strong men among them, characters who were used to crushing and dominating. These men were respected, and they, for their part, behaved with extraordinary dignity and were almost always obedient to the authorities, not out of principle, but as if by some sort of contract, a sense of mutual advantage. A prisoner is obedient up to a certain point, but there is a limit that should not be overstepped. Often a man endures for years, suffers the harshest punishments, and then suddenly explodes over some trifle. From one point of view, you could even call him mad. In the course of several years, I did not see the least sign of repentance among these people, nor the least brooding on their crime. The majority of them inwardly considered themselves perfectly in the right. Who can say he has probed the depths of these lost hearts? Yet in so many years I should have been able to notice at least some feature that would testify to inner anguish. But there was none. Decidedly none. No, it seems crime cannot be understood from ready-made points of view. Prisons and forced labor do not correct the criminal. They only punish him and protect society. In the criminal himself, prison develops only hatred, a thirst for forbidden pleasures, and a terrible light-mindedness. The famous system of solitary confinement also achieves only a false, deceptive purpose. It sucks the living juice from a man, weakens his soul, and then presents this half-crazed mummy as an example of correction. Of course, a criminal who has risen against society hates it and almost always considers himself right and society wrong. Besides, he has already suffered his punishment and almost considers that he has evened the score. Only in prison did I hear stories of the most horrible, most monstrous murders, told with the most childishly merry laughter. I will never forget one parricide. He was of the nobility. His behavior was wayward, and he ran deeply into debt. His father tried to curb him, but the father had a house and was suspected of having money. The son killed him for the inheritance. The crime was discovered a month later. The murderer did not confess. He was stripped of his rank and sent to hard labor for 20 years. All the time I lived with him, he was in the merriest of spirits. He was a whimsical, light-minded man, though not at all stupid. I never noticed any particular cruelty in him. The prisoners despised him, not for his crime, which they never mentioned, but for his foolishness. In conversation, he occasionally remembered his father. Once, talking about the healthy constitution of his family, he added, "My parent now, he never complained of any illness, right up to his death." Such brutal insensitivity is, of course, impossible. I did not believe in his crime, but people from his town told me the whole story. The facts were so clear, it was impossible not to believe them. The prisoners heard him cry out in his sleep one night, hold him, cut his head off, his head. Almost all the prisoners talked and raved in their sleep. Curses, thieves' jargon, knives, axes most often came from their mouths. "We're beaten folk," they used to say. "We're all beaten up inside, that's why we shout in our sleep." Government-imposed labor was a duty, not an occupation. The prisoner finished his assignment and went back to prison. The work was looked upon with hatred. Without his own special, personal occupation, a man could not live in prison. From idleness alone, criminal qualities would develop in a man that he had no notion of before. Without work and without lawful property, a man cannot live. He becomes depraved. And so each person in prison, out of natural need and a sense of self-preservation, had his own craft. The long summer days were almost entirely taken up with government work. But in winter, we were locked up as soon as it got dark. What could we do during the long, dull hours of a winter evening? And so almost every barrack, despite the prohibition, turned into an enormous workshop. Work itself was not forbidden, but it was strictly forbidden to have tools. But people worked on the quiet. Many convicts came to the prison knowing nothing, but they learned from others and later went out into freedom as good craftsmen. There were bootmakers, shoemakers, tailors, cabinet makers, locksmiths. There was even a Jewish jeweler, Isai Bumstein, who was also a moneylender. They all worked and earned a few pennies. Orders for work came from town. Money is minted freedom, and for a man completely deprived of freedom, it is 10 times dearer. Just to have it jingling in his pocket half comforts him. But money can be spent always and everywhere, the more so as forbidden fruit is twice as sweet. And in prison you could even get hold of vodka. Pipes were forbidden, but everybody smoked them. Money and tobacco saved them from scurvy. Work saved them from crime. Without it, the prisoners would have devoured each other like spiders in a jar. Surprise searches were often carried out at night. Everything forbidden was confiscated. And though money was well hidden, it still sometimes ended up in the searchers' hands. That was partly why it was not saved, but quickly spent on drink. After each search, the guilty were often painfully punished. But after each search, the losses were quickly replenished, and everything went on as before. Those who had no craft went into other kinds of business. Some went into second-hand dealing, selling things it would never occur to people outside to buy or sell. The least rag had value. Money also acquired a different value in prison. A big piece of work was paid for in pennies. Some even made a success of money lending. An indebted prisoner would take his last possessions to the moneylender for a few copper coins at frightful interest. If he didn't redeem the things in time, they would be sold without mercy. Generally, they all stole terribly from each other. Almost everyone had a chest with a lock for his things, but the chests were no salvation. I suppose you can imagine what skillful thieves we had there. One prisoner, a man sincerely devoted to me, stole my Bible, the only book we were allowed. He confessed to me the same day, not out of repentance, but out of pity for me, because I spent so long looking for it. There were people who sold vodka and quickly became rich. Smuggling vodka was a special sort of crime. For some smugglers, money was a secondary role. A smuggler works by passion, by vocation. He is something of a poet. He risks all, faces terrible danger, dodges, invents. It is a passion as strong as card-playing. I knew one inmate, a huge but meek man, who couldn't help himself and started smuggling vodka. He was punished many times and was afraid of the rod, but he couldn't stop. He loved art for art's sake. Thanks to such people, there was no lack of vodka in prison. Finally, there was another source of income, almsgiving. Merchants, tradesmen, and all our people care for the unfortunate, as criminals are often called. The almsgiving is almost continuous, mostly in the form of bread, rolls, and kolache, which are a type of white bread roll. Without these alms, many prisoners would have a hard time. The alms are religiously shared out among them. If there isn't enough to go around, the rolls are cut into equal parts so that each prisoner is sure to get his piece. I remember the first time I was given alms in money. It was soon after my arrival. I was coming back from work with a convoy soldier when I crossed paths with a mother and her daughter, a girl of about 10. The mother was a soldier's widow. When she saw me, the girl blushed and whispered something to her mother. The mother stopped, found a quarter kopeck in her purse, and gave it to the girl. The girl rushed after me. "Here, unfortunate," she cried, running ahead and putting the coin in my hand. "Take a little kopeck for Christ's sake." I took her little kopeck, and the girl went back to her mother, perfectly content. I held on to that little kopeck for a long time. Chapter 2, First Impressions. The first month of my life in prison is vividly present in my imagination now. The subsequent years are much dimmer. Some seem completely erased, leaving only a single impression, heavy, monotonous, and stifling. But everything I experienced in those first days stands before me as if it happened yesterday. I clearly remember that when I first stepped into that life, I was struck that I found nothing especially unexpected in it. It all seemed to have flashed by me in my imagination when I tried to figure out my destiny on the way to Siberia. But soon, a huge number of strange surprises and monstrous facts began to stop me at every step. Only later, after living in prison for a long time, did I fully understand all the strangeness of such an existence. I confess that this astonishment accompanied me throughout my long term at hard labor. I could never be reconciled to it. My first impression on entering prison was extremely repulsive, but strangely it seemed much easier to live there than I had imagined. Though the prisoners were in fetters, they walked freely, swore, sang songs, did their own work, smoked pipes, and even drank vodka. The labor itself did not seem so very punishing at first. Only later did I realize that the hardness of this labor lay not in its difficulty, but in its being forced, imposed under the lash. A peasant in freedom likely works incomparably more, but he works for himself, with a reasonable purpose, and it is much easier for him than for a convict doing forced labor that is totally useless to him. It occurred to me that if you wanted to crush a man totally, to punish him with the most terrible punishment, you would only need to give the labor a character of complete uselessness and meaninglessness. If you forced a prisoner, for instance, to pour water from one tub to another and back again, to grind sand, to carry a pile of dirt from one place to another, I think the prisoner would hang himself after a few days, or commit 1,000 crimes, just to die rather than endure such humiliation and torment. Any forced labor has a portion of this torture in it, which is why it is incomparably more tormenting than any free labor. However, I came to prison in winter and had no idea of the summer work, which was 5 times more difficult. In winter, there was little government work. We broke up old government barges on the Irtysh River, worked in workshops, or shoveled snow. The winter day was short, and we returned to prison early, with almost nothing to do unless we had our own work. Later I understood that besides the lack of freedom and the forced labor, there was one more torment in prison life almost worse than all the others: forced communal cohabitation. I am sure every convict felt this torment, though mostly unconsciously. The food also seemed quite sufficient to me. The prisoners insisted there was nothing like it in the penal companies of European Russia. Many also had the chance to buy their own food, but only those with a steady supply of money could do so. The majority ate institutional food. The prisoners praised the bread, which was very tasty, and blessed the fact that it was held in common and not given out by weight. The cabbage soup, though, was very plain and often full of cockroaches, which the prisoners paid no attention to. The first 3 days I did not go to work. All newcomers were allowed to rest. But the next day I had to have my irons changed. The regulation prison fetters were worn under the trousers and made of 4 iron rods almost as thick as a finger, connected by 3 rings. A strap was fastened to the middle ring and attached to a belt at the waist. I remember my first morning in the barrack. The drum sounded reveille, and the sergeant on duty began to unlock the doors. People began to wake up. By the dim light of a tallow candle, prisoners, shivering with cold, got up from their bunks. Most were silent and sullen with sleep. They yawned and stretched. It was terribly stuffy. Fresh winter air burst through the open door. The prisoners crowded around water buckets to wash. Quarrels broke out immediately over the single dipper. "Where are you sticking yourself, Brandhead?" growled a tall, sullen prisoner, shoving another, a fat man with a merry face. "Stay put." "What are you shouting about?" the fat man replied. "Not a drop of hetecanity in the man, brothers." This word, hetecatanity, produced an effect, and many laughed. That was all the merry fat man needed. The tall prisoner looked at him with profound contempt. "Rollicky little cow," he said. The fat man got angry. "And what kind of bird are you?" he shouted. The two locked eyes. The fat man was waiting for an answer, his fists clenched. I thought there would be a fight. Later I learned that such scenes were perfectly innocent and were played out like a comedy for everyone's amusement. The tall prisoner stood calm and majestic. With inexpressible contempt, he cast a sidelong glance at his adversary and uttered slowly and distinctly, "Kagan!" This was the name of a type of hawk. A loud burst of laughter greeted his resourcefulness. "You're no Kagan, you're a scoundrel," bellowed the fat man, who had clearly lost the argument. But once the quarrel turned serious, the others immediately pulled them up short. "What's this racket?" the whole barrack shouted. Then the invalid soldier who lived in the barrack to keep order grumbled for them to be quiet, and they all wished him a good morning. Soon we were all preparing for roll call. Dawn was breaking. A dense crowd gathered in the kitchen where one of the cooks was cutting bread. The prisoners placed themselves around the tables, hats and jackets on, ready to go straight to work. Before some of them stood wooden bowls of kvass, a fermented bread drink, into which they crumbled bread. The noise was unbearable, but some talked quietly in the corners. On my right, 2 grave prisoners were talking. "No fear they'll steal from me," said one. "The fear, brother, is that I'll do the stealing." "Well, don't go touching me with your bare hand," said the other. "I'll burn you." This led to a round of verbal abuse, a sort of tongue lashing, which was allowed as an amusement for everyone, but it rarely led to a real fight. As a newcomer, I noticed them looking askance at me. Other prisoners, suspecting I had money, immediately started to fawn on me. They taught me how to wear my new fetters and got me a little chest with a lock for my things. For money, of course. The very next day, they stole it and drank up the money. One of them later became very devoted to me, though he never stopped stealing from me whenever he could. In prison, they took a dark view of former noblemen. Even though we were stripped of all our rights and were equal to all the other prisoners, they would never recognize us as their comrades. This happened not from conscious prejudice, but unconsciously. They sincerely considered us noblemen, even though they liked to taunt us with our fall from grace. They loved to watch our sufferings, which we tried not to let them see. It was especially hard for us at work in the beginning, because we were not as strong as they were and couldn't do our full share. There is nothing more difficult than entering into the confidence of such people and earning their love. There were several noblemen in the prison. First, there were 5 Poles. The convicts disliked the Poles terribly, even more than the Russian noblemen. The Poles treated them with a refined, offensive politeness and couldn't conceal their loathing for them. The prisoners realized this and paid them back in kind. It took me almost 2 years to gain the sympathy of some of the convicts. Of Russian noblemen, besides myself, there were 4. One was a mean, depraved creature, a spy by profession. I broke off all relations with him from the first day. Another was the parasite I have already mentioned. The third was Akim Akimich, one of the oddest men I have ever seen. He is sharply imprinted in my memory. He was tall, lean, terribly illiterate, but extremely pedantic and punctilious. The convicts laughed at him, but some were also afraid of his carping. Demanding character, he was phenomenally honest. He had been a sub-lieutenant in the Caucasus. He told me his story at once. An allied princeling in the neighborhood had set fire to his fortress. Akim Akimich played it clever. A month later, he invited the princeling for a friendly visit. When the man came, Akim Akimich drew up his soldiers, publicly rebuked the prince, read him a detailed lecture on how allied princelings should behave, and then had him shot. He reported the whole thing to the authorities in full detail. For this, he was tried and sent to hard labor for 12 years. He was fully aware that he had acted wrongly, but he seemed unable to understand the real nature of his guilt. "For pity's sake, he set fire to my fortress. What should I do? Bow down to him for it," he said in response to my objections. But though the prisoners made fun of Akim Akimich's oddities, they respected him for his precision and skill. There was no craft Akim Akimich did not know. He was a joiner, a bootmaker, a painter, a locksmith, and he had learned it all in prison. He was self-taught. He made various boxes, baskets, and toys and sold them in town. He lived in the same barrack with me and was a great help to me during my first days. When we went out to work, we formed 2 rows in front of the guardhouse. Convoy soldiers with loaded muskets stood before and behind us. An engineer officer appeared and sent us off in parties where we were needed. I was sent to the engineering workshop. It was a low stone building that held a smithy, a locksmith's shop, a joiner's, and a painter's shop. While waiting for my fetters to be changed, I got to talking with Akim Akimich. "Yes, sir, they don't like noblemen," he observed, "especially political criminals. They devour them gladly, and no wonder. First, you and the people are different, not like them at all. And second, they're all former serfs or from the ranks. Judge for yourself, how could they like you?" He went on to describe the mix of people in the prison: Circassians, schismatics, peasants, Jews, gypsies, all having to live together, eat from the same bowl, sleep on the same bunk. "Like it or not," he said, "you get foolish in the head." I especially wanted to ask about our major. Akim Akimish told me about him, and the impression was not pleasant. I was doomed to live for 2 years under his command. He was a dreadful man because he had almost unlimited power over 200 souls. He looked upon the prisoners as his natural enemies. He was unrestrained and malicious. He would burst into the prison at night, and if he noticed a prisoner sleeping on his left side, he would punish him in the morning. "Sleep on your right side as I ordered," he would say. He was hated and feared like the plague. I was told how someone had once wanted to kill our major. There was an inmate who almost never spoke to anyone. For a whole year, he read the Bible day and night. One day he announced that he did not want to go to work. The major was furious and came galloping himself. The prisoner rushed at him with a brick he had prepared, but he missed. He was seized, tried, and punished. 3 days later, he died in the hospital. As he lay dying, he said he held no evil against anyone, but only wanted to suffer. He was remembered with respect in the prison. They finally changed my fetters. Meanwhile, several girls who sold kolache, the white bread rolls, had come to the workshop. I noticed one gray-haired prisoner, a joiner, smilingly flirting with them. A fat and pockmarked girl set her tray down on his workbench. A conversation began. "Why didn't you come there yesterday?" the prisoner asked with a smug smile. "That's a good one. I did come, and it was you that played hooky," the girl replied pertly. "What is this?" I asked Akim Akimish. "Can it be?" "It happens, sir," he replied, modestly lowering his eyes. It did happen, of course, but very rarely and with great difficulty. There were more lovers of drink than of that sort of thing. It was hard to get hold of a woman. You had to choose the time, make arrangements, set up a meeting, find a secluded place, win over the guards, and spend a lot of money. But later on, I did manage to witness occasional love scenes. I said goodbye to Akim Akimich and went back to the prison. People were already gathering. The first to come back were those who worked at set tasks. The only way to make a prisoner work diligently was to give him a task. Sometimes the tasks were enormous, but they still got done twice as fast as if a man was made to work until the dinner drum. We did not eat together, but haphazardly. I tried the cabbage soup but couldn't swallow it, so I made myself some tea. I sat down with my comrade, a nobleman like myself. Prisoners came and went. A group of 5 men sat at a big table eating their own food. They were celebrating something. They looked askance at us. A Pole came and sat beside us. "So you had a good night?" a tall prisoner shouted, coming into the kitchen. He had a thick, pendulous lower lip that gave his face a very comical look. He sat down beside the men eating their own food. "Greetings, welcome your guest." "We've got nothing for you, brother," one of them said. "Go find a rich mujik." "Gazan's a rich mujik," another said. "Go to him." "Gazan's on a drinking binge today," the first man replied. "He's drinking up his whole purse." "Go and ask for tea," one of the men said. "The gentlemen there are having tea." "What gentlemen? There are no gentlemen here. They're just like us now," a prisoner in the corner observed gloomily. "I'd like some tea, but I'm ashamed to ask," the prisoner with the thick lip said, looking at us good-naturedly. "I'll give you tea if you like," I said. "Want some? How could I not?" he replied, coming over to the table. "See, at home he was just a clodhopper, but here he's learned about tea," the gloomy prisoner pronounced. "Does nobody drink tea here?" I asked him, but he did not deign to answer. "Who are they talking about?" I asked the Pole sitting beside me. Gazan, a prisoner, he replied. He deals in vodka here. Once he makes enough money, he drinks it away at once. He's cruel and malicious. He's quiet when he's sober, but when he's drunk, it all comes out. He goes for people with a knife. Then they calm him down. How do they do that? I asked. 10 or so prisoners fall on him and beat him terribly till he's lost all consciousness. Then they put him on a bunk and cover him with a coat. But mightn't they kill him? It would kill another man, but not him. He's terribly strong. The next morning he gets up feeling perfectly fine. Tell me, I went on, I see them eating their own food while I'm drinking tea, and yet they look at me as if they envy this tea. What does it mean? It's not about the tea, the Pole replied. They're angry with you because you're a nobleman and not like them. Many of them would like to pick on you. You're going to see a lot more unpleasantness here. It's terribly hard for all of us. You'll meet with abuse more than once over tea and your own food, though many of them here have their own food, and some drink tea all the time. They can, but you can't. Having said that, he got up and left. A few minutes later, his words came true. Chapter 3, First Impressions continued. Iki, the Pole who had just spoken to me, had only just left when Gazan, completely drunk, barged into the kitchen. A drunken prisoner in broad daylight on a weekday when everyone was supposed to be at work. This completely confused my early notions of prison life. I had to spend a long time there before I could understand all these puzzling facts. I have already said that the prisoners always had their own work, and that work was a natural need. A prisoner also passionately loves money, and values it almost on a par with freedom. It's enough to have it jingling in his pocket for him to be comforted. But money never stayed long with anyone who had it. First, it was hard to keep it from being stolen or confiscated by the major during searches. If the major found it, he took it, but most often, it was stolen. Later on, we discovered a way to keep our money safe. We gave it for safekeeping to an old man, an old believer, who had come to us from a religious settlement. He was a little gray-haired man of about 60, with a serene and gentle gaze. I often talked with him and have rarely met such a kind being. He was sent to hard labor as an instigator in the burning of a new Orthodox church. He had been a well-to-do tradesman and left a wife and children behind. But he went into exile firmly, regarding it as suffering for the faith. I spoke with him several times about his faith. He never yielded in his convictions, but there was never any anger or hatred in his objections. Though he was a great Bible reader, he avoided arguments. He was mirthful and laughed frequently, not with the coarse laughter of the convicts, but with a serene, gentle laugh that had a childlike artlessness to it. I may be mistaken, but it seems you can know a man by his laughter. If you like the laugh of a completely unknown person from the first encounter, you may boldly say he is a good man. The old man gained universal respect in the prison. The prisoners called him Grandpa and never offended him. But despite his firmness, a deep, incurable sadness lay hidden in him. I lived in the same barrack with him. Once, late at night, I woke up and heard quiet, restrained weeping. The old man was sitting on the stove, praying from his handwritten book. He was weeping, and I heard him say from time to time, "Lord, do not abandon me. Lord, give me strength. Children, my little ones, my dears, I'll never see you again." I cannot tell you how sad I felt. So it was to this old man that almost all the prisoners began to give their money for safekeeping. They all knew that he simply could not steal. Later he explained his secret to me. There was a knot in one of the fence posts that could be taken out, and behind it was a deep hollow. That's where he hid the money. But I have digressed. I was explaining why money never stayed long in a prisoner's pocket. Besides the difficulty of safeguarding it, there is so much anguish in prison. A prisoner is by nature a being who yearns for freedom, and by his social position is so light-minded and disorderly that he is naturally inclined to go all out, to carouse away all his capital at once, with noise and music, just to forget his anguish for a moment. It was strange to watch some of them work without lead-up for several months, solely to squander all their earnings in one day, and then drudge away again until the next binge. Many of them liked buying new, civilian clothes. On feast days, they would dress up and go about all the barracks showing themselves off. The self-satisfaction of a well-dressed man was almost childish. And in many ways, the prisoners were perfect children. A binge usually began on a feast day. The prisoner would get up, light a candle before the icon and pray, then dress up and order himself a dinner. Then vodka would appear. The name day man would get plastered and walk around the barracks, reeling, trying to show everyone that he was on a spree and thereby earn universal respect. In making merry, a prisoner always hired music. There was a little Pole in the prison, a runaway soldier who played the fiddle. His only earnings came from getting hired by carousers to play merry dances. His duty was to follow his drunken master from barrack to barrack, sawing away at his fiddle for all he was worth. A prisoner setting out on a spree could be sure that if he got very drunk, he would be looked after and hidden if the authorities appeared. The lower-ranking prison authorities usually turned a blind eye to drunkenness. They knew that if they forbade vodka, something worse would happen. But where did the vodka come from? It was bought right in the prison from so-called taverners. A taverner would start with a little money, bringing the vodka into the prison himself. If he wasn't caught, he would quickly sell out and establish a real business. He would become an entrepreneur, a capitalist, keeping agents and assistants. These assistants, who had nothing left but their own hide, would hire themselves out to smuggle vodka. Somewhere outside the prison, a person, a soldier, a tradesman, sometimes a woman, would buy vodka with the entrepreneur's money and hide it where the prisoners went to work. The smuggler would come with bull's guts, which had been washed and were suitable for holding vodka. He would fill the guts, tie them around his body in hidden places, and try to fool the guards and sentries. Coming back to the prison, he would be searched by the corporal. Sometimes a coin slipped into the corporal's hand was enough to pass through safely. But sometimes the trick didn't work, and the smuggler had to pay with his hide. He would be whipped, the vodka confiscated, and he would take it all on himself without betraying the entrepreneur. As for informing, it usually flourished. In prison, an informer is not subject to the least humiliation. When the vodka was brought in safely, the entrepreneur received it, paid for it, and then diluted it with water to increase his profit. The next Sunday, a buyer would appear, a prisoner who had worked like an ox for months to save money for this day. The poor toiler had been dreaming of this day, and its charm had kept up his spirits. He would take his money to the taverner and drink until he had spent every last kopeck. Then his new clothes would go, then his old junk, and finally his government-issued things. Having drunk up everything, he would go to sleep, and waking up the next day, would beg the taverner for a sip for the hair of the dog. He would then sadly set to work again, dreaming of the next happy day of his binge. As for the taverner, having earned an enormous sum, he would get a last supply of vodka for himself. A binge would begin that could go on for several days. Even the lowest prison authorities were often bought off. The carouser would drink until he had spent every last kopeck. Sometimes he was caught by the major, his money confiscated, and he would be whipped. He would then go back to the prison, and a few days later take up his profession again. From the first days, a young prisoner named Sirotkin aroused my curiosity. He was a mysterious being. I was struck by his beautiful face. He was no more than 23. He was in the special section, without a term, which meant he was one of the most important military criminals. He was gentle and meek, spoke little, laughed rarely. His eyes were blue, his features regular, his hair light brown. He had no skills but managed to get money, which he would spend on a kalach or a gingerbread, just like a 7-year-old boy. "Hey, Sirotkin," the prisoners used to say, "you orphan from Kazan," an old saying for someone who tries to look pathetic. I often thought, what has this quiet, simple-hearted being done to wind up here? Once I was lying in the hospital, and Sirotkin was sick in the bed next to me. We got to talking, and he told me how he had been sent for a soldier, how his mother had wept, and how hard it had been for him as a recruit. The commander didn't like him and kept punishing him. "What did you do to land here?" I asked him, and in the special section at that. "I spent only a year in the battalion," he said, "and I came here because I killed Grigory Petrovich, my company commander." "So I heard, Sirotkin," I said, "but I don't believe it. How could you kill anybody?" "That's what happened," he replied. "It was so hard for me." He told me how one night on watch he felt so heartsick that he tried to shoot himself with his gun, but it misfired twice. "It was then that I decided to do this thing," he said. "Anywhere at all, so long as it's out of the recruits." Half an hour later, the commander arrived. "He comes straight at me," Sirotkin said. "Is that any way to stand guard?" I grabbed my gun and stuck the bayonet into him up to the muzzle. Got 4,000 lashes and then came here to the special section. He was not lying. Why else would they have sent him to the special section? Sirotkin was often friendly with Gazin, the same man who had barged into the kitchen drunk and about whom I began this chapter. This Gazin was a terrible creature. He made a ghastly, tormenting impression on everybody. I sometimes imagined I saw before me an enormous spider the size of a man. He was a Tatar, terribly strong, with an ugly, disproportionately huge head. Strange rumors circulated about him. It was said he had escaped from Nerchinsk, that he had been sent to Siberia more than once, and had finally landed in our prison. It was also told that he used to like killing little children just for the pleasure of it. All of that may have been invented, but these inventions somehow suited him. And yet, when he was not drunk, he was usually quiet and did not quarrel with anyone. He traded in vodka and was one of the most prosperous taverners. But a couple of times a year, he would get drunk himself, and then the whole bestiality of his nature would come out. He would get horribly violent, grab a knife, and throw himself at people. But they soon found a way to handle him. About 10 men would throw themselves on him all at once and beat him until he lost consciousness. They would not have dared to beat anyone else that way. It would have killed another man, but not Gazin. He would be wrapped in a sheepskin jacket and laid on the bunk. The next morning, he would get up almost well and go silently to work. He knew how the day would end, but still, he got drunk. Finally, they noticed that Gazin was starting to cave in. He complained of various pains and went to the hospital more and more often. "He's caving in," the prisoners said. He came into the kitchen reeling badly and came over to our table. "Allow me to ask," he began, "on what sort of income are you pleased to be drinking tea here?" I exchanged glances with my comrade, realizing it would be best to keep silent. "So you've got money?" he went on. "Came to hard labor just to sit and sip tea? Speak up, or else." Seeing that we were resolved to keep silent, he turned purple and trembled with fury. Beside him stood a big tray for bread. He seized it with both hands and brandished it over us. A little more and he would have smashed our heads. The other prisoners all sat hushed and expectant. They all hated us, and our dangerous situation clearly pleased them. But the affair ended well. He was just about to bring the tray down when someone shouted from the front hall, "Gazin! The vodka's been stolen!" He slammed the tray on the floor and rushed out of the kitchen like a madman. "Well, God saved them," the prisoners said. That evening, a heavy sadness fell on my soul. I wandered near the fence, and a thought that would constantly pursue me came to me, the inequality of punishment for the same crime. True, crimes cannot be compared. 2 men each kill a man. The circumstances are weighed, and both get the same punishment. Yet look at the difference. One puts a knife into a man for an onion. Another kills defending the honor of his bride. One kills defending his freedom. Another cuts children's throats for pleasure. And what then? They both go to the same hard labor. True, there are variations in the length of sentences, but these are few, while the variations in one and the same crime are a numberless multitude. But even if this inequality did not exist, look at the difference in the consequences of the punishment. Here's a man who languishes at hard labor, melting like a candle. And here is another who, before prison, did not even know there was such a rollicking life. Here is an educated man with a highly developed conscience. The aching of his own heart will kill him. He will condemn himself for his crime more mercilessly than the most terrible law. And next to him is another who will not think once of the murder he committed. He even considers himself in the right. And some commit murders on purpose, to get to hard labor and escape an even harder life in freedom. Can the punishment of these two be felt in the same way? But anyhow, Why occupy oneself with insoluble problems? There's the drum. It's time for the barracks. Chapter 4, First Impressions concluded. If you're finding these stories of finding perspective in the bleakest of places resonating with you, and you appreciate the effort to bring this classic work to life as an audiobook, consider supporting my future projects. You can do this at no cost to yourself by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. You'll get access to a massive library of audiobooks, and it helps me continue creating content like this. Just search for Audible free trial to get started. Now, back to our story. The last head count of the day began. After this, the barracks were locked, and the prisoners remained shut in until daybreak. The head count was carried out by a sergeant and 2 soldiers. Sometimes we lined up in the yard, but usually it happened informally in the barracks. At last, the poor guards came up with the right number and locked our barrack. Our barrack held about 30 prisoners, packed rather tightly. It was too early to sleep. Each man had to busy himself with something. Only one invalid soldier was left with us to keep order. There was also a senior prisoner in each barrack, appointed by the major himself. In our barrack, it was Akim Akimich who, to my surprise, often shouted at the prisoners. The prisoners usually responded with mockery. The invalid was smarter. He didn't interfere in anything. On that first day, I made an observation that I later became convinced was right. All the non-prisoners, from the convoy soldiers to anyone who had anything to do with us, had a somehow exaggerated view of the prisoners. It was as if they were nervously expecting every moment that a prisoner might throw himself at them with a knife. But the most remarkable thing was that the prisoners themselves were aware that they were feared, and it gave them a sort of bravado. Yet, prisoners themselves like it much better when they are trusted. It happened during my time, though rarely, that a superior would come to the prison without an escort. You should have seen how that struck the prisoners, and struck them in a good sense. Such a fearless visitor always aroused respect. The fear inspired by prisoners exists wherever there are prisoners. A man does not so easily and so quickly attack another man with a knife. From the rarity of such occurrences, one can conclude that the risk is negligible. I am speaking only of prisoners who are already sentenced. A prisoner awaiting judgment is another matter. He really is capable of attacking a stranger just for the sake of it, especially if he is going to be punished the next day. A new trial means the punishment will be postponed. Here there is a purpose, to change his lot at all costs. The time before punishment is terrible for the sentenced man. Over several years, I saw a good number of them on the eve of their fatal day. They often came to the hospital to put off the difficult moment a little longer. When a man is discharged, knowing that tomorrow is the fatal day, he is almost always in great agitation. Some try to conceal their feelings out of vanity, but their awkward bravado does not deceive their comrades. On the contrary, some prisoners astonished me with their extraordinary fearlessness. I particularly remember my encounter with a frightful criminal, the famous brigand Orlov. One summer day, rumor spread that he was to be punished in the evening and then brought to our ward. He was an evildoer such as few are, who put his knife cold-bloodedly into old people and children, a man with a formidable strength of will. It was evening when he was brought in. The ward was dark, and candles had been lit. Orlov was nearly unconscious, terribly pale. His back was swollen and of a bloody blue color. The prisoners tended to him all night, changing the water, giving him medicine, as if they were caring for a near and dear one. The very next day he came to his senses and paced up and down the ward a couple of times. That amazed me. He had made it through half the total number of rods he was sentenced to. The doctor had stopped the punishment only when he saw that to continue would threaten his life. Despite being a small man of weak constitution, Orlov was quickly recovering. His spirit, his inner energy, was a great help to nature. I became more closely acquainted with him out of curiosity. I can say positively that I have never met a man of stronger, more iron character than he. This was a total victory over the flesh. You could see that he had limitless control of himself, despised all tortures, and had no fear of anything in the world. I was struck by his strange haughtiness. He looked upon everything from an incredible height, not with effort, but naturally. He looked at everything with a sort of unexpected calm, as if nothing could surprise him. To my questions, he replied directly that he was waiting to recover, the sooner to get through the rest of the punishment, and then set off for Nerchinsk, a mining town. But he would escape on the way. Escape for sure, he said. If only my back heals quickly. I tried to talk with him about his adventures. He frowned a little, but answered frankly. When he realized I was getting at his conscience, trying to find some repentance in him, he looked at me with such contempt, as if I had suddenly turned into a silly little boy. Once our barrack was locked, it acquired a special look, the look of a real dwelling. Only now could I see the prisoners as if they were at home. During the day they behaved differently, as if not quite at ease. But as soon as the barrack was locked, they all settled down, and nearly everyone took up some handiwork. The barrack was suddenly lit up. Each man had his own candle and candlestick. Some stitched boots, some sewed clothes. The foul air became worse by the hour. A bunch of revelers squatted in a corner over cards on a spread rug. In almost every barrack, there was a prisoner who kept a flimsy rug, a candle, and a greasy pack of cards. This was known as a maidan. The keeper was paid by the gamblers. The games were all games of chance. Each player spilled a pile of copper money in front of him and got up only when he was cleaned out or had beaten his comrades. The game often went on until daybreak. My place on the bunk was just by the door. On the other side, head-to-head with me, was a Kimaki Mich. He worked until 10 or 11, gluing together a multicolored Chinese lantern. He was an expert at making them. When he finished, he put everything away neatly, spread out his mattress, said his prayers, and lay down. He extended this propriety to the most petty pedantry. He obviously considered himself an extremely intelligent man, as all dull people do. I disliked him from the first day, though I mused about him a great deal, and marveled that such a person had wound up in prison. To the left of my place on the bunk was a little group of Caucasian mountaineers. There were 2 Lezgins, 1 Chechen, and 3 Dagestan Tatars. The Chechen was a gloomy creature who hardly ever spoke. One of the Lezgins was an old man, an inveterate brigand by the look of him. But the other, Nura, made a most delightful impression on me. He was still a young man with pale blue eyes and a pug nose. His body was covered in scars from bayonets and bullets. Everyone in the prison liked him. He was always cheerful, worked without a murmur, and was calm and serene. He never quarreled, but only turned away in indignation from any sort of stealing, swindling, or drunkenness. He was extremely devout. The prisoners called him Nura the Lion. The Dagestan Tatars were 3 brothers. 2 were middle-aged, but the third, Alay, was no more than 22. His place on the bunk was next to mine. His beautiful, open, intelligent, and good-naturedly naive face won my heart at first sight. His whole soul was expressed in his handsome face. His smile was so trustful, so childishly simple-hearted. At home one day, his older brother told him to take his saber and get on his horse. The boy did not dare ask where they were going. They were setting out on a robbery. They killed the convoy, stabbed the Armenian merchant they were robbing, and stole his goods. They were all seized, tried, and sent to hard labor. The only mercy granted to Alay was a shortened term of 4 years. The brothers loved him very much. He was their comfort in exile. When they talked to him, their stern faces softened. It is hard to imagine how this boy, through the whole time of his imprisonment, preserved such gentleness of heart. He was as chaste as a pure maiden. If someone committed a nasty, cynical act, the fire of indignation would light up in his beautiful eyes, which made them still more beautiful. He avoided quarrels, but knew how to stand up for himself. Everyone liked him and was nice to him. I gradually began to converse with him. After a few months, he learned to speak excellent Russian. He seemed to me an extremely intelligent boy, modest and tactful. I consider Alay a far from ordinary being, and I remember my meeting with him as one of the best meetings in my life. There are people so beautiful by nature, so richly endowed by God, that the mere thought that they might ever change for the worse seems impossible. You are always at peace about them. I am at peace about Alay even now. Where is he now? Once, I was lying on my bunk thinking about something painful. Alay asked me suddenly, "So, Is it very hard for you now? I looked at him with curiosity. The question seemed strange from someone always so tactful, but looking more attentively, I saw so much anguish in his face that I realized it was very hard for him too at that moment. So, Ale, I asked, you must have been thinking of how they're celebrating the holy day at home in Dagestan. Yes, he replied rapturously. But how did you know I was thinking about that? How could I not know? So it's better there than here. Oh, why do you say that? He said, greatly agitated. Listen, Ale, did you have a sister? I did, and what of it? She must be a beauty if she's like you. Forget about me, she's such a beauty. There's no better in all Dagestan. Ah, what a beauty my sister is. My mother was also a beauty. And your mother loved you? Ah, what are you saying? She must have died of grief for me by now. I was her favorite son. She came to me in my sleep last night and wept over me. He fell silent and did not say another word that evening. From then on, he kept trying to talk to me. I asked him about the Caucasus, about his former life. His brothers did not prevent him. They were even pleased. Seeing that I was growing more fond of Ale, they became much friendlier towards me. Ale helped me at work and did me all the service he could, not out of humiliation, but out of a warm, friendly feeling. Listen, Ale, I said to him once, why don't you learn to read and write in Russian? Do you know how useful it might be for you? I'd like to very much, he replied, but who will teach me? Do you want me to teach you? Oh, please do, he said, and he even sat up and clasped his hands pleadingly. We started the next evening. I had a Russian translation of the New Testament, a book that was not forbidden. Without an alphabet book, with this book alone, Ale learned to read excellently in a few weeks. After some 3 months, he understood the printed language perfectly. Once, we read through the whole of the Sermon on the Mount. I noticed he recited certain passages with particular feeling. I asked him if he liked what he had read. He gave me a quick glance, and color came to his face. Oh yes, he answered. Yes, Isa is a holy prophet. Isa speaks the words of God. How good! What do you like most of all? I asked. Where he says, forgive, love, do not offend, and love your enemies. Ah, how well he speaks, he replied. He turned to his brothers and ardently began saying something to them. They talked among themselves, and then, with a gravely benevolent, purely Muslim smile, they turned to me and confirmed that Isa was God's prophet and that he performed great miracles. Writing also went extremely well for us. Ale got hold of some paper, pens, and ink, and in 2 months learned to write exceedingly well. His brothers' pride and satisfaction knew no limits. They did not know how to thank me. At work, they vied with each other in helping me, to say nothing of Ale. He loved me maybe as much as his brothers. I will never forget how he left the prison. He took me behind the barrack, threw himself on my neck, and wept. You've done so much for me, he said. My father and mother could not have done so much. You have made a man of me. God will reward you, and I will never forget you. Where is he? Where is he now, my good dear Ale? Besides the Circassians, there was also a whole group of Poles in our barracks who made up a completely separate family. I have already said that for their exclusiveness and their hatred of the Russian prisoners, they were hated in their turn by everybody. These were sick, tormented natures. Some were educated people. Of all the prisoners, they liked only the Jew, and that maybe only because he amused them. The other prisoners also liked our little Jew, though they all laughed at him. He was our only one, and I cannot recall him without laughing. Whenever I looked at him, I was reminded of Gogol's little Jew Yankel from Taras Bulba, who, when he got undressed, bore a terrible resemblance to a chicken. Isai Fomich, our Jew, was as like a plucked chicken as 2 drops of water. He was about 50, short and weak, cunning, and at the same time decidedly stupid. He was all little wrinkles, and his forehead bore the brands he had received. He came on a charge of murder. He was a jeweler by trade and was buried in work from town, where there was no other jeweler. Naturally, he was also a moneylender. The rest of the people in our barrack consisted of 4 old believers, 2 or 3 Ukrainians, a young prisoner who had already killed 8 souls, a group of counterfeiters, and several gloomy, silent persons who looked around with lowering hatred. All this only flashed past me on that first cheerless evening of my new life, flashed amidst the smoke and soot, the curses and inexpressible cynicism, in the foul atmosphere, in the clanking of fetters, amidst oaths and shameless laughter. I lay down on the bare bunk, put my clothes under my head, and covered myself with my sheepskin coat, but was unable to fall asleep for a long time, worn out by all the monstrous and unexpected impressions of that first day. But my new life was only beginning. Much still lay ahead of me that I had never thought of, that I had not anticipated. Chapter 5, the first month. 3 days after my arrival, I was ordered to go to work. That first day of work is very memorable for me, but this too was one of my first impressions, and I still went on greedily observing everything. All those first 3 days I had spent in the most painful feelings. This is the end of my wanderings. I am in prison, I repeated to myself every moment. This is my refuge for many long years, but who knows, maybe many years from now I'll be sorry when I have to leave it. I would add this thought with a gleeful feeling, a need to deliberately chafe my own wound, as if I wished to admire my own pain. The thought of being sorry to leave this corner struck me with horror. I already had a presentiment of the monstrous degree to which a man grows accustomed to things. That savage curiosity with which my new fellow convicts looked me over, their redoubled severity towards a novice from the gentry, a severity that almost reached hatred, all this tormented me so much that I myself wanted to start work all the sooner, to experience the whole of my calamity at once, so as to begin to live as they all did. Naturally, I did not notice then much that was right under my nose. Amidst the hostel, I had yet to divine the comforting. However, the few affable persons I met in those 3 days greatly encouraged me. The most gentle was Akim Akimich, the pedantic nobleman we met earlier. I could not help noticing several kind and cheerful faces among the sullen ones. There are bad people everywhere, and among the bad some good ones, I hastened to think, consoling myself. Who knows? Maybe these people are not so much worse than the others who remained outside the prison. I was thinking that, and shook my head at the thought myself. And yet, my God, if I had only known then how true that thought was! There was a man here, for example, whom I came to know fully only after many years, yet he was with me almost all my time in prison. This was the prisoner Sushilov. He served me. I also had another servant. From the first days, Akim Akimich recommended to me a prisoner named Osip, saying that for 30 kopecks a month he would cook special food for me. Osip was one of the 4 cooks elected by the prisoners. They were called not cooks, but cookies, a friendly joke. Osip was a man of rare honesty and meekness, though he was there for smuggling. He was that tall, sturdy fellow I mentioned earlier, a coward who was afraid of everything, but who could not help smuggling vodka out of a passion for it. He and I always got along very well. But besides Osip, another of the people who helped me was Sushilov. I did not ask him, he somehow found me himself. He began doing my laundry. Besides that, he invented thousands of different duties to please me. He prepared my tea kettle, ran errands, mended my jacket, tarred my boots. He did it all zealously, bustlingly. He never said, "You have so many shirts," but always, "We now have so many shirts." He tried to read my eyes and seemed to have taken that as his main purpose in life. I paid him as much as I could, and he was always satisfied. He could not help serving somebody, and it seems he chose me because I was more well-mannered and more honest about payments. He was one of those who can never get rich and are destined to remain eternally destitute. He was a very pitiful fellow, totally uncomplaining and humiliated, though nobody had trod on him. He was just downtrodden by nature. I could not even glance at him without pitying him, though I couldn't say why. He was neither tall nor short, neither good nor bad looking, neither stupid nor smart, neither young nor old. The prisoners occasionally chuckled at him, mainly because he had exchanged names and fates with another prisoner on the way to Siberia, and had done so for a red shirt and 1 silver ruble. The negligible price he sold himself for made them laugh. To exchange means to change names with someone, and therefore fates. It's a strange fact, but it's true. Here is how it was done. A party of prisoners is being sent to Siberia. One of them, say some Mikhailov, sentenced for a capital offense, finds going to hard labor unbeneficial. He's on the lookout for someone of a simpler, more downtrodden sort with a lighter sentence. Finally, he comes across Sushilov, who is simply being sent to a settlement. Mikhailov strikes up a friendship with him, treats him to vodka, and then makes the suggestion, "How would you like to exchange?" Sushilov is a bit tipsy, grateful for Mikhailov's kindness, and doesn't dare refuse. The shameless Mikhailov buys his name from him for a red shirt and a silver ruble. The next day, Sushilov is no longer drunk, but he is given drink again. The deal is done. It's bad to back out. The ruble has been drunk up, then the shirt. If you don't like it, pay back the money. But where is Sushilov to get a silver ruble? And if he doesn't pay it back, the group will make him. So at the next stopping place, when they call the roll, "Mikhailov!" "Here!" shouts Sushilov. "Sushilov!" "Here!" shouts Mikhailov. In Tobolsk, Mikhailov goes to a settlement, and Sushilov, under reinforced convoy, goes to the special section. And so, for a red shirt and a silver ruble, Sushilov winds up in the special section. I lived for a long time with Sushilov. He gradually became extremely attached to me, but once I can never forgive myself. He did not do something I asked, and I had the cruelty to say to him, "So, Sushilov, you take the money but don't do the work." He said nothing but ran and did my errand. Then he grew sad. 2 days passed. On the third day, I offered him money for a debt he owed. I was sitting on my bunk. Sushilov was standing in front of me. He was struck that I myself offered him money. He looked at the money, then at me, suddenly turned and left. I followed him and found him behind the barracks. He was standing by the stockade, his face pressed to the palings. "What's the matter, Sushilov?" I asked. He did not look at me, and I noticed he was on the verge of tears. "Alexander Petrovich, you think," he began in a breaking voice, "that I for you for the money, but I. Here he turned to the stockade again and broke into sobs. It was the first time I had seen a man in prison cry. I had a hard time comforting him. After that, he served me still more zealously, but I noticed by certain signs that his heart could never forgive me my reproach. And yet others laughed at him, picked on him, abused him badly, and he lived peacefully with them and never got offended. Yes, it can be very hard to make a man out, even after long years of acquaintance. During those first days, my meeting with A.V. contributed a great deal to my anguish. He was that young man of the nobility whom I mentioned earlier, who reported everything to our major. He was the most repulsive example of the baseness a man can sink to. Having quarreled with his family in Moscow, he arrived in Petersburg, and to get money, decided on a vile denunciation, selling the blood of 10 people for the satisfaction of his coarse pleasures. He was soon exposed and sent to Siberia for 10 years. He accepted his new fate without the least embarrassment. He even fancied that the status of prisoner only gave him a freer hand for still greater vileness. A convict is a convict. If you're a convict, you can act meanly and not be ashamed of it. That was his opinion. I have never met such total moral degradation. He was a piece of meat with teeth and a stomach, and with an unquenchable thirst for the most brutish pleasures. To satisfy them, he was capable of cold-blooded murder. I am not exaggerating. He was a moral Quasimodo. Add to that the fact that he was cunning, intelligent, good-looking, and even somewhat educated. No better fire, better plague than such a man in society. He fawned upon me very much in the beginning, thinking I had not heard his story. He poisoned my first days in prison. I was horrified at the terrible vileness I had been thrown into. I thought everything here was just as vile, but I was wrong. I was judging everything by A.V. During those 3 days, I loitered about the prison in anguish, lay on my bunk, and had shirts sewn out of government linen. I acquired a folding mattress, flat as a pancake, and a pillow stuffed with wool, terribly hard. Akim Akimich bustled about arranging all these things for me, even sewing a quilt with his own hands from scraps of old prison trousers and jackets, which I bought from other prisoners. Government things that had outlived their time became the prisoners' property and were sold for a small price. Money was of terribly great importance and power in prison. A convict with money suffered 10 times less than one who had none. If the prisoners had been deprived of all possibility of having money, They would either have gone crazy or dropped dead like flies. A prisoner is greedy for money to the point of convulsions, and if he throws it away when he carouses, he does it for something he considers higher than money. What is higher than money for a prisoner? Freedom, or at least the dream of freedom. And prisoners are great dreamers. They will say things like, "Just wait, God grant I'll finish my term, and then." The whole meaning of the word prisoner is a man with no will, but in wasting money, he is acting by his own will. In spite of any brands, fetters, and the hateful palings, he can get vodka, treat himself, bribe his overseers, and show off before his comrades. He can carouse, brawl, and prove to himself that he has more freedom than it seems. This carousing involves some risk, meaning there is at least some illusion of life in it, at least a remote illusion of freedom. And what will one not give for freedom? The authorities are sometimes surprised that a quiet, well-behaved prisoner suddenly turns mischievous, carouses, and even risks a criminal offense. The whole reason for this outburst is the anguished, convulsive display of his personality, an instinctive longing for his own self, which appears suddenly and reaches the point of anger, rage, and a darkening of the mind. So, perhaps, a man buried alive bangs on the lid of his coffin, though reason could convince him his efforts are in vain. But he is no longer reasoning, it's convulsions. Any self-willed display of personality in a prisoner is considered a crime, and therefore it would be better in every way not to drive him that far. It would be more peaceful for everyone. Yes, but how to do it? Chapter 6, the first month, continued. When I entered prison, I had some money. I carried very little on me for fear of confiscation, but I had several rubles glued under the cover of a gospel, a book which could be brought into the prison. This book had been given to me back in Tobolsk by exiles who had already been there for decades and who saw a brother in every unfortunate. There are people in Siberia who seem to have made it their purpose in life to care for the unfortunate with a totally disinterested, saintly compassion. I cannot help recalling one such encounter. In the town where our prison was, there lived a certain widow, Nastasia Ivanovna. None of us in prison could have met her personally, but it seems she had chosen to help the exiles, and most of all, she took care of us. She was very poor, but we felt that outside we had a devoted friend. When I left prison, I managed to call on her. She lived on the outskirts with a relation. She was neither old nor young, neither good nor bad-looking. The one thing noticeable in her was an infinite kindness, an overwhelming desire to please, to do something nice for you. All this could be seen in her gentle, kind eyes. She served us tea and snacks, and if she had had thousands, it seems she would have been glad to please us better. As we were saying goodbye, she gave us cigarette cases she had glued together from cardboard and decorated with colored paper. "You do smoke cigarettes, so maybe you'll find it useful," she said timidly, as if apologizing for her gift. Some people say that the loftiest love of one's neighbor is at the same time the greatest egoism. Where the egoism was in all this, I fail to understand. Though I did not have a lot of money, I could not be seriously annoyed by those prisoners who, in the first hours, having already deceived me once, came naively a second, third, and even a fifth time to borrow from me. But I found it very annoying that they must have considered me a simpleton and been laughing at me. If I had refused them, I'm sure they would have had greater respect for me. But, annoyed as I was, I still could not refuse. I was seriously preoccupied with how and on what footing I was going to establish myself in prison. I felt and understood that this whole milieu was completely new to me, and it was impossible to live in the dark for so many years. I decided that above all, I had to act directly, as my inner feeling and conscience dictated. But I also knew that this was only an aphorism, and the most unexpected experience still lay before me. And so, a terrible gnawing anguish tormented me more and more. "A dead house!" I would say to myself in the evening, studying the prisoners who loitered about the prison yard after work. I studied their faces and movements, trying to find out what sort of people they were. All this is my milieu, my present-day world, I thought, which I've got to live with, like it or not. I kept trying to ask questions of Akim Akimish, with whom I liked to drink tea so as not to be alone. But he could not inform me of what I needed to know, nor did he even understand why I was so interested in the characters of the convicts. No, clearly I must experience it myself and not keep asking questions, I thought. On the fourth day, I went to work for the first time. I was to help dismantle 2 old government barges on the frozen river. I wanted to learn what this hard labor was and how it would be for me to work for the first time in my life. I remember everything to the last detail. On the way, a tradesman met us, stopped, and put his hand in his pocket. A prisoner stepped out, took off his hat, received the alms, 5 kopecks, and quickly returned. We spent the money that same morning on kolache, dividing them equally. Of my whole group, some were sullen, some indifferent, some chattered lazily. One was terribly pleased about something, singing and all but dancing. This was the same stocky prisoner who had quarreled by the water buckets on my first morning. His name was Skuratov. Finally, he began to sing a dashing song. His merry state aroused indignation in some of our party. "Hear him howl," one prisoner said reproachfully. "The wolf only had one song, and that he stole the Tula man," another observed. "Suppose I am a Tula man," Skuratov objected, "but you in your Poltava, you choked on a dumpling." "Lies, and you, what do you eat? You slurp cabbage soup from a baste shoe." "It's true I'm a pampered man, brothers," Skuratov responded with a little sigh. "Since childhood I've been wrought up on prunes and little white rolls. My dear brothers own a shop in Moscow even now, selling wind in the passageway. Rich merchants." "And what were you selling?" someone asked. "Oh, I've come down through various qualities. It was then, brothers, that I got my first 200. "Not rubles," one listener picked up. "No, my dear man, not rubles, rods." Skuratov was obviously one of those voluntary jokers or buffoons who made it their duty to amuse their sullen comrades and got nothing but abuse for it. He belonged to a particular type, whom I may talk about again. I decidedly did not understand why they were angry with Skuratov, and why all merry people, as I had already noticed, seemed to be held in contempt. It was anger at the fact that Skuratov had no self-control, no stern, affected air of dignity with which the whole prison was infected. In short, he was, in their expression, a useless man. Yet they were not angry with all the merry ones. It depended on how a man allowed himself to be treated. A good-natured, guileless man would at once be subjected to humiliation. We came to the riverbank. On the river below, frozen into the ice, stood the old barge. On the other side lay the bluish steppe. The view was gloomy and deserted. I expected everyone to throw themselves into work, but they did not even think of it. Some sat on logs. Almost all of them pulled out tobacco pouches and stubby willow pipes. The convoy stretched out in a line and with a bored look began to guard us. "And whose bright idea was it to break up this barge?" one man muttered. Meanwhile, a girl selling kolache came up. They spent the 5 kopecks of alms on the rolls and divided them up. Finally, a sergeant came to inspect the work. "Hey you, what are you all sitting around for? Get moving." The men finally rose and went down to the bank, barely dragging their feet. It turned out that the barge was to be broken up, preserving the timbers, slow and tedious work. There followed a long discussion among themselves on how to go about it. Of course, it gradually reached the point of cursing. The officer shouted and waved his stick again, but again the timber broke. It finally turned out that there were not enough axes. 2 men were sent under convoy to bring tools, while the rest calmly sat down and started smoking again. The officer finally spat. "Well, so you're still hard at it. Eh, what people?" he muttered and went off. An hour later the sergeant came. He calmly heard them out and gave them an assignment: remove 4 more ribs and dismantle a sizable section of the barge, after which they could go home. It was a big assignment, but Lord, how they set to it. Where was their laziness? Axes whacked, wooden pegs got pulled out. The work was at the boil. Everyone suddenly became intelligent. There was no unnecessary talk, no cursing. Half an hour before the drum, the assignment was finished, and the prisoners went home tired but content, though they had gained only half an hour. But as for me, I noticed one thing. No matter where I tried to join in, I was out of place, a hindrance. They all but drove me away with curses. Even the lowest ragamuffin considered it his right to yell at me. Finally, one of the sharp ones said to me directly and rudely, "What are you doing here? Get out! Don't butt in where you're not invited." "Better take yourself a cup," a third said, "and go around collecting money. You've got nothing to do here." I had to stand apart, and that was embarrassing. All of this, naturally, was deliberate. They had to crow over the former gentleman. It is now understandable why my first question on entering prison was how to behave with these people. I decided not to change my plan of action. I decided I must behave as simply and independently as possible, not to betray any effort to get closer with them, but not to reject them if they wished to get closer. By no means to fear their threats and hatred. I would not side with them on certain points or cater to their habits. I realized they would be the first to despise me for it. They would have expected me to pamper myself, put on airs, and keep my hands clean. That was how they understood a nobleman to be. Naturally, they would abuse me for it, but deep down they would still respect me. But that role was not for me. I promised myself never to belittle my education or my way of thinking before them. I saw very well now that they despised me for wanting to work as they did. The thought that they now seemed to have the right to despise me upset me very much. That evening, when I returned to the prison, tired and worn out, a terrible anguish came over me again. How many thousands of days like this lie ahead of me, I thought, all the same, all just the same. I was wandering alone along the fence when suddenly I saw our dog Sherik running towards me. Sherik was our prison dog. He had been living in the prison from time immemorial, did not belong to anyone, and considered everyone his master. He was a rather big dog, black with white spots, with intelligent eyes. Nobody ever petted him. On the first day I had stroked him and let him eat bread from my hand. Now, not having seen me for a while, he ran around looking for me. Finding me behind the barracks, he ran with a squeal to meet me. I don't know what came over me, but I rushed to kiss him and hugged his head. He put his front paws on my shoulders and started licking my face. So here's the friend fate has sent me, I thought. Afterwards, during that first gloomy time, whenever I came back from work, the first thing I did was to hurry behind the barracks with Sherik leaping ahead of me, to hug his head and kiss it, with a sweet and at the same time bitter feeling wringing my heart. And I remember it was even pleasant for me to think that now I had one being left in the whole world who loved me and was attached to me, my friend, my only friend, my faithful dog Sherik. Chapter 7, New Acquaintances, Petrov. As time passed, I gradually began to feel more at home. With each day, I was less confused by the events of my new life. To be reconciled was impossible, but it was time to recognize it as an accomplished fact. I no longer wandered about the prison like a lost man. The curious gazes of the convicts no longer rested on me so often. I had become familiar to them, for which I was glad. I already walked about as if I was at home, knew my place on the bunk, and even got used to things I had never thought I could get used to. Every week I went to have half my head shaved. I was summoned to the guardhouse, where a battalion barber lathered my head with cold lather and scraped it with the dullest of razors. Even now I get chills remembering that torture. However, a remedy was soon found. Akim Akimich, the pedantic nobleman you'll recall, pointed out a prisoner who charged a kopeck for shaving anyone with his own razor. Many convicts went to him. This prisoner barber was called the Major. Why? I don't know. He was a tall, lean, taciturn fellow, eternally immersed in sharpening his worn-down razor. He obviously enjoyed his art and was proud of it. From the very first day, I began to dream of freedom. Calculating when my prison term would be over became my favorite occupation. The hope of an inmate is different from that of a free man. A free man has hopes, but he lives, he acts. The whirl of real life carries him away. Not so the inmate. Every convict feels that he is not at home, but as if on a visit. He looks at 20 years as if they were 2 and is convinced that when he leaves prison at 55, he will be as fine a fellow as he is now at 35. We've still got a life to live, he thinks, and stubbornly drives away all doubts. I felt that work might save me, fortifying my health and body. Constant inner anxiety, nervous agitation, and the stuffy air of the barrack could destroy me. Let me be outside often, get tired each day, I thought, and at least I'll save myself. I was not mistaken. Work and activity were very good for me. I looked with horror at one of my comrades, a nobleman, who dwindled away in prison like a candle. He entered young, handsome, and cheerful, and left half-ruined, gray-haired, and short of breath. No, I thought, looking at him, I want to live and I will live. But I caught it at first from the convicts for my love of work. For a long time they taunted me with scorn, but I took no notice and cheerfully set off somewhere, for instance, to bake and crush alabaster, one of the first tasks I learned. It was easy work. The engineers were prepared to make the work easier for the nobleman, which was not indulgence but fairness. It would be strange to demand of a man twice as weak the same assignment as a real worker. We were usually sent with one real worker who knew the job. This was Almazov, a stern, swarthy, and lean man, unsociable and squeamish. He deeply despised us. He purposely managed everything alone, as if to make us feel our own uselessness. The work involved heating an oven, baking the alabaster, and then crushing it with heavy mallets. This was lovely work. The fragile alabaster quickly turned into white, sparkling dust. We swung the heavy mallets and raised such a racket that we enjoyed it ourselves. Our cheeks flushed, our blood circulated more quickly. Here, Almazov even began to look at us indulgently, as one looks at little children. Another job I had was turning a heavy flywheel in the workshop. 2 of us were usually assigned to it, myself and B, another nobleman. B was a weak, frail man suffering from a chest ailment. He and I handled the flywheel together, and it even amused us. It gave me first-rate exercise. I also especially liked shoveling snow after blizzards. We were driven out in big gangs. The crumbly snow was easily taken up by the shovel. The prisoners almost always did this work cheerfully. The fresh winter air and the movement excited them. They grew merry, laughed, and joked. I gradually began to widen the circle of my acquaintances. One of the first to visit me was the prisoner Petrov. He lived in the barrack furthest from mine, and we had nothing in common. And yet, he seemed to consider it his duty to come to my barrack almost every day or to stop me during my walks. At first, I found it unpleasant, but his visits soon began to divert me. He was of medium height, strongly built, adroit, with a rather pleasant, pale face, a bold gaze, and small white teeth. He was about 40, but seemed only 30. He always spoke to me with extreme ease, decently and tactfully. If he noticed I was seeking solitude, he would talk for a couple of minutes and then leave, thanking me for my attention. These relations lasted for several years and almost never became closer, though he was devoted to me. I still cannot decide what he wanted from me. He did happen to steal from me later, but he almost never asked for money. It always seemed as if he didn't live in the same prison with me, but somewhere far off, only dropping in to visit. He was always hurrying somewhere. His gaze was strange, intent, but as if he were looking through the object in front of him, trying to make out something more distant. This gave him an absent-minded look. The strangest thing was that he never had anything to do. He lived in complete idleness. "Hello," he would say, approaching me quickly. "Hello. Am I bothering you?" "No. I wanted to ask you about Napoleon. Isn't he a relative of the one from the year 12? He was a Cantonist, a soldier's son, and could read and write." "He is," I would reply. "Then how come they say he's a president?" I would explain what sort of president he was. Petrov listened attentively, with a quick grasp. And here's something I wanted to ask you, Alep Petrovich. Is it true what they say that there are apes whose arms reach their heels and who are as tall as the tallest man?" "Yes, there are such apes." "What sort are they?" I would explain that too, and essentially we almost never talked in any other way. I began to make inquiries about him. My comrade M, learning of this acquaintance, warned me. He told me that of all the convicts, none had made such a terrifying impression on him as Petrov. "He's the most resolute, the most fearless of all the convicts," said M. "He's capable of anything. He'll put the knife to you too if it occurs to him, just so, without wincing, without remorse. I even think he's not in his right mind." This opinion interested me greatly. For several years after that, I knew Petrov and talked with him almost every day. He was sincerely attached to me. And all through those years, though he did absolutely nothing terrible, each time I looked at him, I felt certain that M was right and that Petrov was perhaps the most resolute and fearless of men and knew no constraint. Why it seemed so to me, I also cannot account for. This Petrov was the same one who had wanted to kill the major when he was summoned to be punished. Another time, before prison, it happened that a colonel struck him at drill. He stabbed his colonel openly, in broad daylight. However, these were only rare outbursts when his nature revealed itself. He was usually sensible and even placid. There were hidden passions in him, strong and burning, but the hot coals were always covered with ashes and smoldered quietly. I once saw him become seriously angry during a quarrel with a prison strongman, Vasily Antonov. Petrov suddenly went pale, his lips trembled and turned blue. He got up and slowly, with inaudible steps, approached Antonov. All at once, everybody in the barrack became hushed. They waited for what would happen. Before Petrov had time to reach him, Antonov silently and hastily threw him the contested object, a pitiful rag. I couldn't understand why he stayed in prison, why he didn't escape. Reason holds sway over people like Petrov only until they want something. Then nothing can hinder their desire. But he evidently had not hit upon this thought yet. He sometimes stole from me. It came over him in spells. He once stole my Bible, which I gave him to carry a few steps. He sold it and drank up the money. He told me about it himself that evening, with no embarrassment or remorse. I tried to give him a good scolding. He listened meekly, agreed the Bible was a useful book, and was sincerely sorry I no longer had it, but did not regret stealing it at all. He looked at me with such self-confidence that I stopped scolding him. It seems he considered me a sort of child, an infant who did not understand the simplest things. It also seemed to me that he loved me, which always amazed me. He once said to me that I was all too kind-hearted a man, and so simple, it was even a pity to see. Only don't be offended, he added. I said it from the heart. It sometimes happens in the lives of such people that they suddenly reveal themselves in a moment of abrupt mass action. They are not men of words, but are the main executors. They are the first to leap over the main obstacle, without reflection, fearlessly making straight for all the knives, and everybody rushes after them until they lay down their lives. I don't believe Petrov has ended well. In some one moment, it will be all over for him. But if he has not perished so far, it means his time has not come yet. Who knows? Maybe he will live to have gray hair and die peacefully. But I think my comrade M was right when he said that he was the most resolute man in the whole prison. Chapter 8, Resolute Men, Luchka. About the resolute, it is hard to say much. In prison, as everywhere, there were very few of them. Some unaccountable feeling made me avoid these people at first. Later, my views of even the most horrible murderers changed. A man may not be a murderer, but he may be more horrible than another who got there for 6 murders. Among our simple people, some murders proceed from the most astonishing causes. A man lives quietly and meekly. Suddenly, something in him comes unhinged. He can't control himself and sticks a knife into his enemy. Then the strangeness begins. He suddenly leaps beyond all limits. The first man he killed was an enemy. That is understandable. But then he kills not an enemy, but the first man he meets, for a rude word, for a glance, for a trifle. It's as if the man is drunk, in a feverish delirium, as if, having leaped over a sacred line, he begins to admire that nothing is holy for him anymore. He feels an urge to leap over all legality and authority, to revel in boundless freedom, to revel in this thrill of horror. He also knows a terrible punishment awaits him. It's like the sensation of being on a high tower, drawn to the depths below, until he is finally glad to throw himself down headlong. This happens even with the most meek and hitherto inconspicuous people. Some, when so dazed, even start prancing. The more downtrodden he was before, the stronger now is his urge to show off, to strike terror. He enjoys this terror. He affects a sort of desperation and is sometimes just waiting for a quick punishment, because it is hard to keep up this affected desperation. Curiously, this mood often lasts right up to the scaffold and then is cut off. The man suddenly becomes submissive, whimpers, asks for forgiveness. He gets to prison, and you look at him, such a sniveler, and think, can this be the same one who put the knife to 5 or 6 people? Once, on a long evening, I listened to one of these stories and, in my inexperience, took the storyteller for some colossal, horrible villain. The theme was how he, Luka Kuzmich, had packed away a major for his own pleasure. This Luka Kuzmich was that small, skinny, sharp-nosed young Ukrainian from our barrack. He was terribly vain. That evening he was sewing a shirt. Next to him sat a dull but kind fellow, the prisoner Kobylin. Lushka, as Luka was called, often quarreled with him and treated him with condescension. He was telling his story rather loudly, wanting everyone to hear. "So, brother, they sent me away from our parts," he began, "to Chov for vagrancy." "When was that long ago?" Kobylin asked. "It'll be 2 years come pea harvest," Lushka replied. "So we got to KV, and they put me in prison there. There are some 12 men locked up with me, all Ukrainians, tall, strong, hefty as bulls, and so peaceable. The food is bad, the major twists them around as he likes. I sit there one day, 2 days, I see, they're cowardly folk. Why do you give the fool such an easy time of it? I say, just go and try talking to him, and they even grin at me." "So what about that major?" Kobylin asked after a pause. "I finally stirred up my Ukrainians," Lushka went on, "and they demanded to see the major. That morning I had already asked my neighbor for a knife, took and hid it, just in case. The major was furious. He came running in, drunk. 'Who's this? What's this? I'm the Tsar, I'm God!' I should make a digression here. Unfortunately, the expression, 'I'm the Tsar, I'm God,' and others like it were much in use among many commanders in the old days. Now, of course, it is unlikely that any such officers exist. But nothing so irritates prisoners, and all lower ranks in general, as such phrases from their superiors. This brazen self-aggrandizement provokes hatred and drives a man out of all patience. The lower ranks are also irritated by any supercilious negligence. Some think that if prisoners are well fed and treated according to the law, the matter ends there. That is a mistake. Every man, however humiliated, still requires respect for his human dignity. The prisoner himself knows he is an outcast, but no brands, no fetters will make him forget that he is a human being. Humane treatment may make a human being even of someone in whom the image of God has faded. These unfortunates need to be treated all the more humanely. That is their salvation. I have met such kind, noble commanders. I have seen the effect they have had. A few gentle words, and the prisoners all but resurrected morally. They rejoiced like children. Now, back to Lushka's story. "When he said, 'I'm the Tsar, I'm God,' I stepped forward," Lushka continued, the knife up my sleeve. "No, Your Honor," I say, gradually getting closer. "How can it be that you're our Tsar and God?" "Ah, so it's you, is it?" the major shouted. "You're the rebel." "No," I say, getting closer. "Our God is one Almighty, and our Tsar is one, set over us by God himself. He is a monarch, Your Honor, and you, Your Honor, are still only a major." What?" He just clucked, choking. "Here's what," I say, and I suddenly made a rush for him and stuck the whole knife right into his stomach. It was a skillful job. He rolled over and only jerked his legs a little. I threw down the knife. "There, lads," I say, "pick 'em up now." "They must have given you a hot time for that," Kobylin remarked calmly. A hot time, brother. It was hot all right," Lushka said. "How many did they give you, Lushka?" Kobylin asked again. 105 lashes, my good friend," Lushka replied. "And I'll tell you, brothers, they all but killed me. I'd never tasted a whip before. Huge numbers of people came running. A robber's going to be punished. They're stupid, these people. The executioner, Timoshka, stripped me, laid me down, and shouted, 'Hold on now, it stings!' He smacks me once. I wanted to cry out, but there was no cry in me. He smacks me a second time, and I didn't hear them count 2. When I came to my senses, I heard them count 17. They took me off 4 times for arrest and poured water on me. I look at them all goggle-eyed and think, I'm about to die." "But you didn't?" Kobylin asked naively. Lushka looked at him with a contemptuous glance. Guffaws were heard. "What a numbskull!" someone said. "Nothing upstairs." Lushka had killed 6 people, but nobody in the prison was afraid of him, though it may have been his heart's desire to be known as a horrible man. Chapter 9, Isai Fomich, the Bathhouse, Baklushin's Story. Christmas was approaching. The prisoners were awaiting it with a sort of solemnity. 4 days before the holiday, we were taken to the bathhouse. Everybody rejoiced and started getting ready. The one who rejoiced and bustled about the most in our barrack was Asai Fomich Bumstein, the Jewish convict I mentioned earlier. He loved to steam himself to the point of unconsciousness. Now, each time I remember our prison bathhouse, the face of the most blessed and unforgettable Isai Fomich appears before me. Lord, what a hilarious and droll man he was. He was about 50, puny, wrinkled, with terrible brand marks on his cheeks and forehead. In the expression of his face you could see a constant, unwavering self-satisfaction and even bliss. It seems he was not at all sorry to have wound up at hard labor. Since he was a jeweler, he worked constantly for the gentry and town officials. He was not in want, he was even rich, but he saved his money and lent it on pledges and at interest to all the convicts. He owned a samovar, a good mattress, and a complete dinner set. The town's Jews kept up an acquaintance with him. On Saturdays he went under convoy to their prayer house in town. He lived in complete clover, though he waited impatiently for the end of his 12-year term in order to get married. There was a most comical mixture in him of naivete, stupidity, cunning, boldness, simple-mindedness, timidity, boastfulness, and insolence. It was very odd that the convicts did not laugh at him at all, except to make little jokes for fun. Isai Fomich served as a diversion and amusement for everybody. "He's our only one. Don't lay a finger on Isai Fomich," the prisoners said. Isai Fomich, though he realized what was going on, was proud of his significance. He arrived in prison in a hilarious fashion. The rumor spread that a Jew had been brought and was being shaved. The prisoners surrounded him as he came through the gate. He laid down his sack, climbed onto the bunk, and sat with his legs tucked under, not daring to raise his eyes. Suddenly, a young prisoner pushed through the crowd, carrying old, dirty, tattered trousers. He sat next to Isai Fomich. "Well, my dear friend," he said, "I've been waiting 6 years for you. Look, how much will you give me for these?" Isai Fomich, who had been so timid, suddenly roused himself and began to finger the rags. "So, how's about a silver ruble?" the customer began. "A silver ruble, never," Isai Fomich replied, "but 7 kopecks would do it." These were his first words in prison. Everybody just rocked with laughter. "7? Well, give me 7 then," the customer said. "Take good care of that pledge." "With 3 kopecks interest, it'll be 10 kopecks, the Jew went on in a trembling voice. "What, 3 kopecks a year in interest?" "No, a month, not a year." "You're a tight-fisted one, Jew. What's your name?" "Isai Fomich." "Well, Isai Fomich, you'll go far with us here. Goodbye." Isai Fomich folded the pledge and carefully put it into his sack, to the ongoing laughter of the prisoners. Each Friday evening, men came to our barrack from other barracks to see Isai Fomich celebrate his Sabbath. With pedantic pomposity, he covered his tiny table, opened his book, lit 2 candles, and began to put on his vestment. He tied bands on both arms and attached a little wooden box to his forehead with a strap, so that it looked as if his forehead had sprouted a ridiculous horn. Then the prayer began. He read in a sing-song, cried out, spluttered, swung around, and made wild and ridiculous gestures. He would suddenly cover his head with his hands and start reading in sobs. Then, amidst the most violent sobbing, he would begin to laugh and chant in a voice weak from overflowing happiness. He explained to me that the weeping meant thinking about the loss of Jerusalem, and the law prescribed that one weep and beat one's breast. But at the moment of bitterest weeping, he had to suddenly recall that there exists a prophecy about the return of the Jews to Jerusalem. At this, he must immediately burst into joy, singing and laughter. This sudden change, and the fact that it was obligatory, Isai Fomich liked very much. Once, in the very heat of his prayer, the major came into the room. Isai Fomich knew that prayer was permitted and could not be interrupted, so he began to shout and grimace still more. He turned his back to his table and, waving his arms, started reciting his prophecy right into the major's face. His face expressed exceedingly much happiness and nobility. The major was surprised, but finally snorted with laughter, called him a fool, and left. An hour later I asked him, "And what if the major had gotten angry with you?" "What major?" he asked. "Didn't you see him? He was standing 2 feet away." But Isai Fomich assured me in the most serious way that he had not seen any major, that while saying these prayers he falls into an ecstasy and no longer sees or hears anything. There were only 2 public bathhouses in town. Ours was primarily for simple folk, decrepit, dirty, and small. We were divided into 2 shifts. The second waited in the cold vestibule while the first was washing. Petrov, the resolute prisoner we met earlier, never left my side and offered to help me wash. Baklushin, the pioneer, also volunteered. It's difficult for an unaccustomed prisoner to undress. First, he has to unlace his underfetters, leather straps worn under the iron rings to prevent chafing. Then, he has to skillfully remove his drawers from under the fetters. Petrov helped me undress and led me by the arm. When we opened the door to the bathhouse, I thought we were entering hell. Imagine a room 12 paces long, packed with at least 80 men. Steam clouded your eyes, soot, filth, and such crowdedness that there was nowhere to set your foot. I was frightened, but Petrov reassured me. We forced our way to the benches. Petrov negotiated with a prisoner who gave up his place by a window for a kopeck. On the whole floor, there was no space not occupied by prisoners splashing themselves. Others stood between them. On the top shelf and all the steps leading to it, men sat hunched up. But little washing went on. They steamed themselves terribly and then doused themselves with cold water. Some 50 birch besoms rose and fell together. They all whipped themselves to the point of intoxication. More steam was added every moment. This was no longer heat, it was a fiery furnace. All was a bawling and roaring to the noise of 100 fetters dragging on the floor. Shrieks and shouts rang out. The shaven heads and steamed red bodies looked uglier than ever. Old scars from whipping stood out more vividly, so that all those backs seemed newly covered with wounds. Frightful scars. And to crown it all, Isai Fomich roared full-throatedly on the highest shelf. He steamed himself into oblivion. He hired a man to birch him, but the man finally couldn't stand it and ran to douse himself with cold water. Isai Fomich hired a second, a third. He went through 5 replacements. "There's a healthy steaming. Bravo, Isai Fomich!" the prisoners shouted. Isai Fomich, triumphant, screamed out his aria, "La la 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 la!" It occurred to me that if we should all wind up in the fiery furnace together, it would very much resemble this place. I conveyed this thought to Petrov. He only looked around and said nothing. I wanted to buy him a place next to me, but he sat at my feet and said he was comfortable. Petrov soaped me up all over. "And now I'll wash your little feet," he added. I was about to say I could wash them myself, but I surrendered myself completely to his will. Having washed me, he conveyed me to the vestibule with the same ceremony, helping me dress, and then rushed back to steam himself. When we came home, I offered him tea. I then treated him to a dram of vodka. He was delighted, drank it, and hurried off to the kitchen. Instead of him, another man arrived, Baklushin, the pioneer, whom I had also invited for tea. I don't know of a character sweeter than Baklushin's. He was tall, about 30, with a dashing and simple-hearted face. He was full of fire and life. He announced that it seemed the theater was going to take place in the prison during the holidays. Actors had turned up, scenery was being prepared. Some townspeople promised to give clothes for the actors' roles, even the female ones. There was even hope of getting an officer's uniform, if only the major doesn't forbid it like last year. Baklushin was excited. He was one of the chief initiators of the theater. We got to talking. He told me he had been sent to a garrison battalion in the town of R. "It's from there that I was sent here," he said. "What for?" I asked him. "What for falling in love?" "Well, you don't get sent here for that," I objected, laughing. "True," he added. "Along with that, I also turned my pistol on a German there. But judge for yourself. Is it worth exiling a man over a German?" He then told me his story. He had fallen in love with a German laundress named Louisa. She was a sweetheart, and he was planning to marry her, but she suddenly broke it off. She told him that a rich, elderly watchmaker, a distant relation named Schultz, had proposed to her. "He's rich, and for me that's happiness," she says. "Can you want to deprive me of my happiness?" I look, Baklushin continued. She's crying, she embraces me. "Well, goodbye, Louisa," I say. "God be with you." The next morning I went to his shop. I looked through the window. A German sitting there, about 45, hook-nosed, bug-eyed, in a tailcoat with a high collar, so pompous. I just spat. I went to the barracks in the evening, lay on my cot, and, would you believe it, burst out crying. A day passes, a second. Not a glimpse of Louisa. Then I heard that the German knew about our love and that they might settle the whole business on Sunday. I got so angry. On Sunday morning, I jumped up, put on my overcoat, and went to the Germans. I put a worthless little pistol in my pocket just in case. I arrive. There's nobody in the shop. They're all in the back room. I shoved the door with my foot and it opened. I look. The table is set for coffee. Louisa and her aunt are there, and the German fiancé and another old German. When I came in, Louisa went pale. The German frowned and rose to meet me. "What do you want?" he says. I was disconcerted, but anger took hold of me. "What do I want?" I say. "Receive me as a guest, offer me vodka." "Sit down," he says. I sat. "Give me some vodka," I say. "Ah, you scarecrow," I say. "You sausage maker. Do you know that right now I can do whatever I want with you? Want me to shoot you with this pistol?" I drew the pistol and put the barrel right to his head. The others sit there neither dead nor alive. The German was surprised, but he pulled himself together. "I'm not afraid of you," he says. "That's a lie," I say. "You are afraid." "No," he says, "this you do not dare to do." "And why do I not dare?" "Because," he says, "it is strictly forbidden, and you will be severely punished. Devil knows about this fool of a German. If he hadn't fired me up, he might still be alive." "So you think I don't dare?" I say. "No, I don't dare. You absolutely do not dare. Take that then, sausage." I fired, and he rolled off the chair. I pocketed the pistol and took off. I went home and thought, they'll take me right now. An hour went by, then another. Nothing. In the evening, I went to see Louisa. She came running, threw herself on my neck, and wept. "It's all my fault," she said. She told me that her aunt and the old relative were too scared to tell anyone. For 2 weeks, nobody arrested me. Louisa and I met every day. She became so attached to me, but after 2 weeks, they arrested me. The old man and the aunt got together and testified. "But wait," I interrupted. "The most they could give you is 10 or 12 years. But you're in the special section. How can that be?" "Well, that was for something else again," he said. "When they brought me to court, the captain used foul language against me. I couldn't stand it and said to him, 'What are you swearing for, you scoundrel? Don't you see you're sitting in front of the Zertzalo, which is the symbol of the Tsar's justice?' Well, things took a different turn then. They started the trial over and tried me for all of it together, 4,000 rods, and then here to the special section. When I was taken out to be punished, the captain was also taken out. For me, it was down the green street of soldiers with rods, and him they stripped of his rank and sent to the Caucasus as a common soldier. Goodbye, Alexander Petrovich. Come and see our performance." Chapter 10, Christmas. The holidays finally came. On Christmas Eve, hardly any prisoners went to work. The rest only came for their assignments and then returned to the prison. It was as if they were all expecting some extraordinary change the next day. Towards evening, the invalids sent to the market came back bringing beef, pork, even geese. Many prisoners, even the most thrifty, felt obliged to open their purses and celebrate properly. The next day was a genuine feast, recognized by law. On that day, a prisoner could not be sent to work. There were only 3 such days in the year. The days of major feasts are sharply imprinted in a simple man's memory from childhood. In prison, they were bound to be remembered with pain and longing. For the prisoners, respect for the solemn day turned into a sort of formal ritual. Few caroused. Everyone was serious, as if busy with something. The general mood reached a sort of punctiliousness and irritated intolerance. If anyone disrupted the general tone, they were reined in with shouts and curses, as if they had shown disrespect for the feast itself. Besides an innate reverence for the great day, the prisoner unconsciously felt that by observing the holiday he was in contact with the whole world, that he was not entirely an outcast. Akim Akimich, the pedantic nobleman we've met several times, was also preparing for the feast. He was not especially religious. Propriety seemed to have swallowed up all his other human gifts. He prepared to meet the day with a quiet, methodical propriety. Blindly devoted to ritual, he looked with reverence even at his festive suckling pig, which he stuffed and roasted with his own hands, as if it were some special, festive one. In the evening, he took out his new suit, which he had kept tucked away in his chest for 4 months. He unfolded it, examined it, brushed it, and tried it on. It was a perfect fit. He folded it back up and put it in his chest until the next day. Reverence for a little button, for a bit of braid, had been indelibly imprinted in his mind since childhood. Having put everything right, he ordered hay brought in and watched as it was spread on the floor. The same was done in the other barracks. I don't know why, but they always spread hay in our barracks for Christmas. Then he said his prayers, lay down, and fell into a child's untroubled sleep, so as to wake up as early as possible the next morning. The next morning, early, before dawn, the barracks were opened, and the sergeant wished us all a Merry Christmas. Akim Akimich and many others hastened to the kitchens to see how their geese and pigs were being roasted. From the small windows, you could see bright fires blazing in all 6 ovens. Prisoners were already darting about the yard. Some had already managed to visit the vodka cellars. Generally, they all behaved decorously and peaceably. You did not hear the usual cursing. Everyone understood that it was a big day. There were some who went to other barracks to wish people a Merry Christmas. There was a show of something like friendliness. I also left the barrack. The stars were fading. A thin, frosty steam was rising. Some of the prisoners I met readily wished me a Merry Christmas. I thanked them and responded in kind. One young fellow, with whom I had not yet spoken a single word, came running up to me. "But it's Christmas," he murmured with a blissful smile, and then, realizing there was nothing more to say, he hurried into the kitchen. In the kitchen, around the hot stoves, there was a real crush. The cooks were preparing the prison meal. Nobody had started to eat yet. They were waiting for the priest. Meanwhile, summoning cries of "cooks" began to resound from the prison gates. They were being called to receive the offerings brought from all over town. They were brought in extraordinary quantities: kolache, bread, cheesecakes, pancakes, and other baked goods. There was not a single merchant's or tradesman's wife in town who did not send her best wishes on the great feast day to the unfortunate prisoners. The offerings were divided equally among the barracks and then among us. There was no arguing, no cursing. Akim Akimich, having settled his affairs, proceeded to dress with all his propriety and then set about praying in earnest. Many prisoners were already standing in prayer. After praying, Akim Akimich came up to me and solemnly wished me a Merry Christmas. I invited him for tea, and he invited me for his suckling pig. A priest finally came with a cross and holy water. He prayed and sang, and then we all approached to kiss the cross with real veneration. He then went around all the barracks and sprinkled them with holy water. In the kitchen, he praised our prison bread, which was famous in town. A little later, the major and the commandant arrived. The commandant was liked and even respected among us. He went around, wished everyone a Merry Christmas, and tried the prison soup. The soup turned out to be fine. In honor of the day, each prisoner was allotted nearly a pound of beef. After showing the commandant out, the major ordered the dinner to begin. We began dinner. Akim Akimich's suckling pig was perfectly roasted. I cannot explain how it happened, but 5 minutes after the major's departure, an extraordinary number of people turned out to be drunk. Many glowing faces appeared, balalaikas appeared. The little Pole with the fiddle was already going around with some carouser, sawing away at merry dances. The conversation grew more drunken and noisy, but the dinner ended without any great disorders. Many of the old and staid men went to bed at once, which Akim Akimich did. The little old believer from the Starodubsky settlement climbed onto the stove, opened his book, and prayed until late at night. It was painful for him to look at the shame, as he referred to the general carousing. The Circassians all sat on the porch, looking with curiosity and disgust at the drunken men. I came across Nura, the Chechen you may remember. "Yaman, Yaman," he said, which means bad, bad, in his language, wagging his head. "Ah, Yaman, Allah will be angry." Isai Fomich, the jeweler, lit a candle in his corner and began to work, showing that the feast was of no account to him. In corners, card games began. The drunkards hid themselves when the guards officer appeared, and it seemed he himself had decided to pay no attention to minor disorders. On that day, a drunk man was considered a minor disorder. People gradually began to loosen up. Quarrels also began, but the great majority remained sober and could look after the unsober. Gazin, the fearsome vodka seller, was triumphant. He strutted about, chuckling slyly at the customers flocking to him. He himself was sober. He intended to carouse at the end of the feast after emptying the prisoners' pockets. Songs rang out in the barracks, but the drunkenness was turning into a dazed stupor, and the songs were not far from tears. Many walked about with balalaikas, fingering the strings. In the special section, they even formed a chorus of about 8 men. They sang nicely. They sang pure folk songs and also prison songs. One was a comic song about a man who used to live as a free gentleman and had now landed in prison. It described how he used to liven up his blancmange with champagne, and now they dole me out some soggy cabbage, and I just wolf it down. Meanwhile, twilight was coming. Sadness, anguish, and stupor showed painfully through the drinking. A man who had been laughing an hour earlier was now sobbing. Others had already had a couple of fights. Still others, pale and barely keeping their feet, staggered around getting into quarrels. Those whose drunkenness was not of a provocative sort vainly looked for friends to pour out their hearts to. All these poor people had wanted to have fun, to spend the great feast joyfully, and Lord, how oppressive and sad this day was for nearly every one of them. Each of them saw it out as if he had been cheated of some hope. Petrov, the resolute prisoner, stopped to see me a couple more times. He had drunk very little, but up to the very last hour, he kept expecting that something extraordinary, festive, joyful had to happen. He shuttled tirelessly from one barrack to another, but met with nothing but drunkenness, senseless cursing, and heads stupefied by vodka. Sirotkin, the young man who had killed his officer, also wandered about in his new red shirt, quietly and naively expecting something. It was gradually becoming unbearable and disgusting in the barracks. Of course, there was also much that was funny, but I felt somehow sad and sorry for them all. I felt oppressed and stifled. The stifling day finally ended. The prisoners fell into heavy sleep. In their sleep, they talked and raved even more than on other nights. The long-awaited feast was over. Tomorrow was an ordinary day again, and work again. Chapter 11, The Performance. On the 3rd day of Christmas, in the evening, the first performance in our theater took place. A great deal of preliminary effort had probably gone into it, but the actors took it all on themselves, so the rest of us did not know what was being done or what would be performed. For all those 3 days, the actors, going out to work, tried to collect as many costumes as they could. Baklushin, the pioneer we met earlier, on meeting me only snapped his fingers with pleasure. The major, it seemed, was having a decent spell. We had no idea if he knew anything about the theater. If he knew, had he allowed it formally, or had he only decided to say nothing? I think he knew, but he did not want to interfere, realizing that it would be worse if he forbade it. The prisoners would start playing pranks, getting drunk, so it was much better if they were busy with something. But since our major was distinguished by a way of thinking completely opposite to the rest of mankind, it is very likely I am mistaken. But, be that as it may, the senior sergeant did not contradict the prisoners, and that was all they needed. I can positively say that the theater and gratitude for its being allowed were the reasons why there was not one serious disturbance during the holidays. The sergeant got the prisoners' word that everything would be quiet. They agreed gladly and religiously kept their promise. It cost the authorities nothing to allow the theater. The whole theater could be erected and dismantled in about a quarter of an hour. The performance lasted an hour and a half. There was no written playbill as such. One appeared later for the gentlemen officers and noble visitors who honored our theater by their attendance. The prisoners were glad as children of the smallest success. Who knows, they thought. Maybe the highest authorities will find out. They'll come and watch, then they'll see what sort of prisoners there are. This is no simple soldier's performance. We've got real actors playing in gentlemen's comedies. There's no such theater in town. The first play was Fyodor and Maroshka, or The Rivals. A week before, Baklushin boasted that the role of Fyodor, which he had taken upon himself, would be performed as it had never been seen even in a St. Petersburg theater. The actors had been excellently chosen, each suited to his place. There would even be a curtain. Falotka's bride would be played by Sirotkin, the young man who had killed his officer. And you'll see for yourself how he looks in a woman's dress. Baklushin said, clucking his tongue. The benevolent lady would have a dress with a flounce and a parasol, and the benevolent squire would come out in an officer's tunic with a cane. This play would be followed by another, a drama, Kedril the Glutton. The title intrigued me greatly. All I could find out was that it had been taken from a manuscript, and that evil spirits appear on stage and carry Kedril off to hell. It was announced that at the conclusion there would be a pantomime with music. Of course, all this was very intriguing. Before 7, Petrov came for me, and we went to the performance together. Almost everybody from our barrack went, except for the old believer and the Poles. Our Circassians, and Isai Fomich in particular, found the theater a sheer delight. The actors decided to collect whatever was donated for theater expenses. Petrov assured me that I would be shown to one of the best places, because, being richer, I would probably give more, and besides, I was more of an expert than the rest. And so it happened. The theater was set up in our military barrack, which was about 15 paces long. The half of the room closer to the entrance was for the spectators, the other half was for the stage. I was first struck by the curtain. It was a luxury, a patchwork of linen, old footcloths, shirts, and even paper, all sewn together into one big sheet. The painters, our Briov, A.V., outstanding among them, had decorated it with trees, arbors, ponds, and stars. The effect was astonishing. Such luxury delighted even the most sullen of the prisoners. The lighting consisted of several pieces of tallow candle. In front of the curtain stood 2 benches for sergeants and engineering clerks, and 3 or 4 chairs for officers. Behind the benches came the prisoners, standing out of respect. The space was too small. Not only were some literally sitting on each other, but the bunks and wings were also occupied. Some 5 men even clambered up onto the stove itself and lay there, looking down. That was sheer bliss. Everyone behaved quietly and decorously. On every face there was a look of the most naive expectation. Every face was red and moist with sweat from the heat. What a strange gleam of childlike joy, of sweet, pure pleasure, shone on those furrowed, branded brows and cheeks. I was shown a place near the front. They recognized that in this I was the better judge. They may have let me go to the front partly for money, but how much dignity there was in it. You're richer than I am, so go to the front, you'll put in more, so a visitor like you is more welcome. It's up to us to sort ourselves out. How much genuine, noble pride there is in that. The orchestra started to play. It consisted of 2 violins, 3 homemade balalaikas, 2 guitars, and a tambourine instead of a bass. The violins just screeched, the guitars were trash, but the balalaikas were superb. The swiftness of the fingers running over the strings was amazing. The tone, the taste, the execution, all was their own, original prisoner style. One of the guitarists, the gentleman who had killed his father, knew his instrument splendidly. The tambourine player performed miracles. Finally, 2 accordions also appeared. For the first time, I fully understood what was so endlessly exuberant and rollicking in these Russian dance songs. Finally, the curtain rose. Total silence reigned. The performance began. They began with Falotka and Maroshka. Falotka, played by Baklushin, was magnificent. He played with astonishing precision. To each empty word, he was able to give a sense and significance that corresponded to his role. Add to this an astonishing, unfeigned gaiety, simplicity, and artlessness, and you would agree he was a natural-born actor of great talent. The scene where he shouts, "Wipe your mouth!" before kissing Maroshka came out killingly funny. Everybody simply rolled with laughter. But most entertaining of all for me were the spectators. They gave themselves wholeheartedly to their pleasure. Shouts of encouragement rang out. Here a man nudges his neighbor and hastily tells him his impressions. Another turns rapturously to the crowd, inviting them to laugh, and then turns eagerly back to the stage. By the end of the play, the general merriment had reached the highest pitch. The overture, Hallway, My Hallway, was played once more, and the curtain rose again. This was Kedril. Kedril is something like Don Juan. At the end, devils carry both master and servant off to hell. The action takes place at an inn. The innkeeper shows a gentleman to his room. His servant Kedril follows with a suitcase and a chicken. Kedril is played by the prisoner Potsakin, Baklushin's rival. He is a coward and a glutton. He is a remarkable type of servant, and he is portrayed remarkably well. Potsakin is decidedly talented, even a better actor than Baklushin. The master, gloomy and preoccupied, paces the stage and announces that this evening marks the end of his wanderings. Kedril listens curiously, grimacing. The master tells him that once, in trouble, he asked hell for help, and the devils helped him, but today is the end of the term, and they will come for his soul. Kedril is badly frightened, but the master orders him to make supper. On hearing this, Kedril revives and starts picking pieces off the chicken. The public loves the servant's cunning and that the master is being made a fool of. But just as the master gets down to eating, the devils appear. Something in white appears with a lantern instead of a head. Another phantom holds a scythe. Nobody can explain why. The master bravely shouts that he is ready to be taken, but Kedril crawls under the table, not forgetting to snatch the bottle. The devils disappear for a moment, but just as the master gets down to his chicken again, 3 devils burst in and carry him off to hell. "Kedril, save me!" shouts the master, but Kedril is not about to do that. He takes the bottle, the plate, and the bread under the table. Now he's alone. He creeps out, looks around, and a smile lights up his face. He squints slyly, sits in his master's place, and nodding to the public, says in a half-whisper, "Well, now I'm alone, without any master." Everybody laughs, but his happiness does not last long. He has just filled his glass when the devils suddenly come back and snatch him from both sides. He shouts at the top of his lungs, his hands taken up by the bottle and glass, which he cannot part with. His mouth gaping with terror, he sits staring pop-eyed at the public. They finally pick him up and carry him off. He wiggles his legs and shouts. You can still hear him from backstage. But the curtain falls, and everyone is in ecstasy. The orchestra strikes up the Kamarinskaya, a famous Russian folk dance. The pantomime begins. The scene is the interior of a cottage. A miller and his wife are on stage. The wife is played by Sirotkin, the young man who had killed his officer. He looks very sweet in the costume of a young peasant woman. The miller explains with gestures that he has to leave, but if she receives anybody in his absence, and he points to his knout. The wife nods. The moment he leaves, she shakes her fist at his back. A neighbor appears with a red kerchief as a present. Just as he goes to embrace her, there is another knock. She hides him under the table. Another admirer appears, a clerk in a military uniform. He performs with the long strides of an old-fashioned classical hero, which is ridiculous but accepted by the public. He has barely reached the middle of the stage when there is more knocking. He is hidden in a trunk. A special guest appears, a Brahmin. The prisoner Koshkin plays him beautifully. He raises his hands to heaven, then presses them to his heart. But just as he waxes tender, there is a loud knock. It's the master. The frightened wife is beside herself. The Brahmin is hidden behind the cupboard. The husband comes in with his knout. He has spied everything. He finds the neighbor and ushers him out with his fists. The clerk gives himself away by raising the lid of the trunk. The master whips him. There remains the Brahmin. He is pulled out by his beard. The wife runs out. The spinning stool falls. Alay, the young Dagestani, tugs at my arm and shouts, "Look, the Brahmin," and laughs so he can hardly stand. The curtain falls. There were 2 or 3 more scenes, all funny and unfeignedly merry. The last pantomime concluded with a ballet. A dead man is being buried. The Brahmin performs incantations, but nothing helps. Finally, the sun is setting rings out. The dead man rises, and everybody joyfully begins to dance. The Brahmin dances with the dead man. With that, the theater ends. Our people all go their ways, cheerful, pleased, praising the actors, thanking the sergeant. Everybody is somehow unusually pleased, even as if happy, and they fall asleep almost with peace of mind. And why so? These poor men were allowed to live in their own way for a little while, to have fun like other people, to spend if only an hour of unprison-like time, and they were morally changed, even if only for those few minutes. But now it's already deep night. I give a start and wake up. The old man is still praying on the stove. Alay is sleeping quietly next to me. I remember he was still laughing as he fell asleep. I gradually remember everything, the past day, the holidays, this whole month. In fear, I raise my head and look around at my sleeping comrades by the dim light of a two-penny prison candle. I look at their pale faces, their poor beds, at all this rank poverty, and it's as if I want to make sure that all this is not the continuation of an ugly dream, but the real truth. But this is the truth. I now hear someone moan, chains clank. Another shudders in his sleep and starts to talk, while Grandpa on the stove is praying for all Orthodox Christians. I'm not here forever, but only for a few years. I think and lower my head to the pillow again. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Hospital. Soon after the holidays, I fell ill and was sent to our military hospital. It stood apart about a quarter-mile from the fortress. It was a long one-story building, painted yellow. In the vast courtyard were offices and houses for the medical authorities. The main building held the wards. There were many, but only 2 for the prisoners, which were always very crowded, especially in summer. A sick prisoner usually reported his sickness to the sergeant in the morning. He was sent under convoy to the battalion infirmary, where a doctor made a preliminary examination. I was noted down in the book and went to the hospital in the afternoon. A sick prisoner usually took with him money, bread, a pipe, and tobacco. I entered the hospital grounds with a certain curiosity about this new variation on our prison life. The day was warm, overcast, and sad, one of those days when a hospital acquires an especially dreary and sour look. In the anteroom, 2 copper bathtubs stood. 2 other patients were already waiting under convoy. A medical attendant came in, looked us over lazily, and went to report to the doctor on duty. The doctor soon appeared, examined us, treated us kindly, and issued each of us a chart of ills. I had already heard that the prisoners could not praise their doctors too highly. "They're better than fathers," was their reply to my questions. Meanwhile, we changed. Our clothes were taken, and we were dressed in hospital linen, long stockings, slippers, caps, and thick, filthy flannel robes. Then we were taken to the prisoners' wards at the end of a long, clean corridor. The external cleanliness was satisfactory. Everything that first struck the eye was gleaming. The other 2 men went to the ward on the left. I went to the one on the right. A sentry with a gun stood at the door. A junior sergeant ordered him to let me in, and I found myself in a long, narrow room with 22 beds lined up against the walls. I placed myself in a corner on the window side. There were some convicts from our prison there, but they were outnumbered by those on trial or from the correctional company. The gravely ill were not so many. The rest, slightly ill or convalescent, sat on their cots or paced up and down. There was an extremely suffocating hospital smell. My cot had a striped cover, and under it a flannel blanket and coarse sheets of dubious cleanness. Next to the cot stood a little table with a mug and a tin bowl. Pipes and tobacco were hidden under the cots. Until then, I had never been in a hospital. All the surroundings were new to me. I noticed that I aroused a certain curiosity. They had heard about me and looked me over unceremoniously with a shade of superiority. To my right lay a man on trial, a clerk charged with counterfeiting money. He had been in the hospital for a year, not sick at all, but assuring the doctors he had an aneurysm. He achieved his goal. He avoided hard labor and was sent to another town to be kept near a hospital. He was a great crook, morbidly vain, who had convinced himself that he was the most honest man in the world. He spoke to me first, questioning me and telling me the rules of the hospital. After him, a patient from the correctional company came up and began assuring me that he had known many earlier exiled noblemen. He was a gray-haired soldier, and it was written on his face that he was lying. His name was Chekunov. He was trying to suck up to me, suspecting I had money. Noticing my packet of tea and sugar, he immediately offered to find a teapot and make tea for me. He served me with extraordinary zeal, which drew some venomous remarks from another patient. This patient who lay across from me was a consumptive named Ustyansev. He was a soldier on trial who, fearing punishment, had drunk a jug of vodka infused with snuff, which gave him consumption. Until then, he had been lying there silently. Finally, he could not restrain himself. "Look at the flunky! He's found a master!" he said in a gasping voice. He was living out his last days. Chekunov turned to him with indignation. "Who's a flunky?" he said. "You're a flunky," Ustyaintsev replied. "Listen, good people, he doesn't believe it." "What's it to you?" Chekunov said. "Look, he's alone, like he has no hands. They're not used to being without servants. Why shouldn't I serve him, you shaggy-mugged clown?" "Who's shaggy-mugged?" Ustyaintsev retorted. "You're shaggy-mugged." "You are shaggy-mugged," Ustyaintsev insisted. "God's already killed you, so lie down and die." But no, he goes on picking. He was seized by a terrible coughing fit and spat blood. I sensed that the consumptive's anger was directed more at me than at Chekunov. What Ustyaintsev did not like was me myself, my tea, and that I, a gentleman in fetters, seemed unable to get along without a servant, though I never asked for one. I even took some pride in that. But it always happened that I could never say no to the various attendants who latched on to me and finally took complete possession of me, so that they were my masters and I their servant. As soon as Chekunov served me tea, the door opened, and a soldier who had just run the gauntlet was brought in. It was the first time I had seen a flogged man. Later they were brought in often, and each time it afforded the patients great diversion. Such men were usually met with a stern expression, and even a certain forced seriousness. They silently helped the unfortunate man and took care of him. The help usually consisted of changing the sheets moistened with cold water on his torn back and pulling out the splinters from rods broken over his back. I was always amazed by the extraordinary staunchness with which the punished men endured pain. I've seen many, sometimes very badly beaten, and almost none of them moaned. The soldier who came in was a lad of about 23, strong and handsome. His back had suffered a proper beating. A wet sheet was thrown over his shoulders, which made him tremble all over. For about an hour and a half he paced up and down the ward. He had a strange and wild look. His gaze wandered. It seemed he looked intently at my tea. The poor man was chilled. I invited him to drink some. He turned to me silently, took the cup, drank it standing and without sugar, very hurriedly, and trying not to look at me. Having drunk it, he silently set the cup down and started pacing again. Meanwhile, it grew dark. After the doctor's evening visit, the sergeant of the guard came in, counted the patients, and locked the ward, having brought in a night tub beforehand. I was surprised to learn that this tub would remain there all night, though there was a lavatory just outside in the corridor. But such was the established order. During the day, a prisoner could be let out, but at night it was out of the question. The convicts' wards were not like the ordinary ones. Who established this order, I don't know. The patients in other wards could walk freely through the corridors, breathing air that was not as poisoned as ours. It is horrible to imagine how poisoned our air must have become at night when they brought in that tub. While we're at it, I can't help remembering another perplexity, the fetters, from which no illness saved a man. Even consumptives died before my eyes in fetters. A weight, even just 10 pounds attached permanently to your leg, makes the limb abnormally heavy and in the long run may have a detrimental effect. But is it the same for a sick one, and for a consumptive, whose arms and legs are withering away even without that? Fetters are simply a dishonor, a shame and a burden. Physical and moral, they are prescribed as a punishment. So why punish a dying man? I vividly recall one dying man, a consumptive named Mikhailov, who lay almost opposite me and died 4 days after my arrival. He was a young man of about 25, tall, slender, and of pleasing appearance. He died at around 3 in the afternoon, on a clear and frosty day. The sun's rays poured onto the unfortunate man. He died unconscious and agonized for a long time. Half an hour before his death, we all became hushed. We talked in whispers. Finally, his wandering hand found the amulet on his chest and began tearing it off, as if it too was a burden. We took it off. About 10 minutes later, he died. A watchman came, looked dully at the dead man, and went for the medical attendant. The attendant came, took his pulse, waved his hand, and went out. The sergeant of the watch came, wearing a saber and a helmet. A step away from the dead man, he stopped, as if frightened. The completely naked, withered corpse, with nothing on it but fetters, shocked him. He took off his helmet and made a large sign of the cross. I remember Chekunov, the gray-haired soldier, was standing there. He had been watching the sergeant's face. Their eyes met, and Chekhunov's lower lip suddenly trembled. He nodded quickly towards the dead man and said to the sergeant, "He had a mother, too," and walked away. I remember it was as if those words pierced me, and what made him speak them. But here they started lifting the body. The straw crunched, the fetters, amidst the general silence, clanked loudly against the floor. They were picked up. The body was carried out. Suddenly everybody started talking loudly. The sergeant was heard sending someone for the blacksmith. The dead man had to be unfettered. Chapter 12, Continuation. The doctors made their rounds in the morning. Our intern at that time was a knowledgeable young doctor, gentle and affable, whom the prisoners liked very much. They found only one shortcoming in him: much too meek. He was somehow embarrassed with us, all but blushing, and seemed ready to prescribe medicines at their own request. However, he was a nice young man. It must be admitted that in Russia, many doctors enjoy the love and respect of simple folk. I know my words will seem paradoxical, considering the universal mistrust simple folk have for medicine. A simple man will sooner be treated by a wise woman or his own remedies than go to a doctor. This is partly due to a mistrust of everything official, and partly due to prejudices and fears about hospitals, German rules, strangers, the dissecting of corpses. But on closer acquaintance with doctors, these fears disappear very quickly, which redounds to the credit of our doctors, especially the young ones. The majority are able to earn the respect and even the love of simple folk. Humanity, kindness, and brotherly compassion are sometimes more necessary to a sick man than any medicine. Our intern usually stopped before each patient and examined him attentively. Sometimes he himself noticed that the sick man was not sick at all, but had come to rest from work or lie on a mattress instead of bare boards. The intern would calmly write them down as having some sort of febris catarrhalis, catarrhal fever, and let them stay for a week. We all laughed at this febris catarrhalis. We knew it was a formula for designating a feigned illness, spare cramps, as the prisoners called it. The head doctor, though a humane and honest man, was more stern and resolute than the intern. He never rejected those who came with spare cramps, but if the patient persisted, he simply discharged him. "Well, brother, you've stayed here a good while. Rested up, off you go now," he would say. Those who persisted were usually lazy men or accused men awaiting punishment. I remember they had to use particular severity on one of these persistent ones. He had come with an eye infection. The doctors realized the infection was feigned. There was a slight inflammation that would not get worse, but would not be cured. The prisoners all knew he was pretending. He was a young soldier who had been caught stealing and was to be given 1,000 strokes. To put off the punishment, he rubbed his eyes at night with lime from the plaster. Finally, the head doctor threatened him with a seton, a strong and painful treatment. You gather up the skin on the back of the patient's neck, pierce the flesh with a knife, and pass a linen tape through the wound. Each day, you draw this tape through the wound so that it goes on festering. The poor man endured this torture for several days, but finally agreed to be discharged. His eyes became perfectly well overnight, and as soon as his neck healed, he went to get his 1,000 strokes. Of course, the moment before punishment is hard, but I have also mentioned those who asked to be discharged sooner, their backs still not healed, so as to get through the remaining strokes and be done with their sentence. One of our prisoners from the special section, a baptized Kalmyk named Alexander, told me how he went through his 4,000 lashes. He laughed and joked as he told it, but then swore seriously that if he had not grown up under the lash since childhood, he would not have survived. "I was beaten for everything, Alexander Petrovich," he told me, "for 15 years on end, so in the end I got pretty used to it." He told me how frightened he was when they sentenced him. I knew I wouldn't make it. I was terribly good at pretending to be dead. They led me out. They took me through 1,000. It burns. I shout. They led me through another. I collapse on the ground. My eyes go dead. My face is blue. No breath. Foam at the mouth. The doctor came over. "He's dying," he says. They carried me to the hospital, and I revived at once. So then they led me out 2 more times, and I duped them 2 more times. But that last 1,000 was worth the first 3. If I hadn't died before the end, they'd have beaten me to death. But I stuck up for myself. I duped them and played dead again. They believed it. That's why I'm alive today. Oh, I've been beaten in my lifetime. I was always astonished at the extraordinary good-naturedness with which all these beaten men told about how they were beaten. Often not even the slightest shade of spite or hatred could be heard in their stories. Mickey, on the other hand, told me about his punishment, and his face turned red. His eyes flashed with hatred. He could never forget it. But the others looked at it differently. It cannot be that they consider themselves wholly guilty. A prisoner is always inclined to feel himself justified in his crimes against the authorities. But in practical terms, he is aware that the authorities view his crimes differently, which means he has to take his punishment and be quits. The criminal knows he is vindicated by his own simple folk, who will never condemn him definitively. His conscience is at peace, which makes him strong and untroubled. I became acquainted with a certain Lieutenant Jerebiatnikov from the prisoner's stories. He was a man of about 30, tall, fat, with ruddy cheeks and a booming laugh. He passionately loved whipping and punishing with rods. He was something like a refined gourmet in performing his art. He would invent various subtleties, various perversions, to arouse and pleasantly tickle his soul. They lead out a prisoner for punishment. Jerebiatnikov walks self-contentedly down the rows of soldiers, insisting that everyone perform his task zealously. The prisoner begins to beg for mercy. That is just what Jerebiatnikov would be waiting for. He stops the procedure and starts talking with the prisoner. "My friend," he says, "what am I to do with you? It's not me, it's the law that's punishing you. Your Honor, everything's in your hands. Be merciful. Do you think I don't feel sorry for you? I'm also a human being. I'll take pity on you this time. Do you give me your word you'll behave? Your Honor." "Well, listen then. Take him," he adds in a tender-hearted voice. But now the dread procession starts. The drum thunders. "Lay into him," Jerebiatnikov shouts. "Burn him! Thrash, thrash, scorch him! Lay into the orphan, lay into the rogue, roast him!" And he runs down the line after him, laughing, holding his sides. And here is another variation. A prisoner is led out. Jerebiatnikov says, "My dear fellow, I'm going to punish you properly, but I won't tie you to the gun stocks. You'll go it alone. Run through the whole line as fast as you can. Then even if every rod hits you, the thing will be shorter. Want to give it a try?" The prisoner agrees. He sets off running as fast as he can, but doesn't make it past the 15th row. The rods crash down on his back, and the poor man falls as if he's been hit by a bullet. "No, Your Honor, better stick to the law," he says, getting up, and Jerebiatnikov roars with laughter. In a different way, they told about a Lieutenant Smekalov. He had nothing against whipping, but the way he did it was remembered with a sort of sweet love. He was a simple man, maybe even kind. He was not squeamish, not disgusted by the people under them. There was no fine lord in him, but a sort of homespun smell, and the people are sensitive to that. They bring in a guilty prisoner. Smekalov comes with a smile, a joke. He sits down, lights his pipe. The prisoner begins to plead. "No, brother, lie down," says Smekalov. The prisoner lies down. "Well, my dear man, so you know the Lord's Prayer by heart?" "How could I not, Your Honor?" "Well, recite it then." The prisoner knows what to recite and what will come of it. After the first line, he reaches the words, "Our daily bread." No more is needed. "Stop," cries the lieutenant, and instantly to the man with the raised birch cries, "Give him the birch instead," and he dissolves in laughter. The soldiers grin, the flogger grins, even the flogged man all but grins. Smekalov is delighted. "He's all heart, a funny man," the prisoners would say later. Lying in the hospital was terribly boring. The days were all so much alike. After dinner came the most boring time. Some slept, some chatted, some quarreled. If no new patients were brought, it was still more boring. The arrival of a new man produced a certain impression. We were even glad of the crazy ones who were brought for testing. The trick of pretending to be crazy to avoid punishment was occasionally used. Some were quickly exposed. But the genuine madmen were a divine punishment for the whole ward. Some, jolly and lively, were first greeted with delight. "Here's some fun," they said, but I found it terribly painful to see these poor wretches. However, the continual grimacing of the madman soon wearied us all. One of them was kept with us for 3 weeks, and we were ready to go running out of the ward. As if on purpose, another was brought in. This one made a particular impression on me. In my first months, I had met Sergeant Ostrowski, an old Pole, tall, lean, of a most majestic appearance. He was a kind, sensible man. After 2 years, they brought him into our ward as a madman. He came in shrieking, guffawing, and started dancing around with the most indecent gestures. The prisoners were delighted, but for me it was so sad. After 3 days, none of us knew what to do with him. He quarreled, fought, shrieked, sang songs. He was not afraid of anybody. For 3 weeks, our 2 wards kept taking turns exchanging madmen, but they both turned out worse. We all breathed freely when they were finally taken away. I also remember another strange madman. Once they brought in a convict, a robust fellow of about 45. He turned to me, and as if letting me in on a great secret, began telling me that one of these days he was supposed to get 2,000 lashes. But now it wouldn't happen, because Colonel G's daughter had interceded for him. He said she had seen him from her carriage, fallen in love at once, and come to the guardhouse 3 times to whisper that she loved him and would rescue him. He had a sacred belief in his deliverance. It was strange what the fear of punishment could do to this timid soul. He had probably seen someone from the window, and the madness being prepared in him by fear found its outlet. 2 days later, the unfortunate man was taken out to be punished. He was shocked by the unexpectedness. He began to shout, "Help!" He spent 8 days in the hospital without saying a word, confused and extremely sad. Then he was transferred somewhere. I never heard anything more about him. As for treatment, the slightly ill almost never took their medications, but the gravely ill liked very much to be treated. They especially liked external treatments. Cupping glasses, leeches, poultices, and bloodletting were accepted willingly, even with pleasure. One strange circumstance interested me. These same people who were so patient in enduring agonizing pain from rods often complained and moaned from mere cupping glasses. Our cupping glasses were special. The intern had to make the incisions with a lancet, 12 for each glass. A lancet cuts slowly, you feel the pain, but it was not so bad that you couldn't keep yourself from moaning. "Pokes his nose into everything," the prisoners would say of Ustyaintsev, the consumptive, who never missed a chance to wrangle with a sissy. But they spared him and only laughed. "There's no worse pain than when they pull you by the ear for a long time," one prisoner, Shapkin, interrupted. He was a tramp, still young, sensible, and quiet, with a serious, hidden humor. "And you've had yours pulled?" someone asked. "Sure I have," he replied. "Who did it?" "The police chief. It was back when I was a tramp. We arrived in K then. The police chief made straight for me. 'Who are you?' He roared it out. I said what everybody says. 'I don't remember anything, Your Honor.' 'Hold on,' he says. 'Your mug's familiar.' He turns to another man. 'Who are you?' 'Go off wavin', Your Honor.' 'And you?' 'Me after him, Your Honor.' 'And yours?' 'Axe, Your Honor.' 'And yours?' 'Grind don't gape, Your Honor.' 'None of you remembers anything?' 'We don't remember anything, Your Honor.' He laughs. 'Take them to jail,' he says. 'But you stay,' he says to me. 'Come here, sit down, take the pen, write.' And he grabs me by the ear and pulls it. I look at him. 'I don't know how, Your Honor.' 'Write,' he yells. 'Have mercy, Your Honor.' 'Write the way you know how,' and all the while he pulls my ear. Sparks flew out of my eyes. 'What, he went foolish?' 'No,' Shapkin replied. But a short time before, a clerk had pulled a fast one, filched some money and made off, and his ears also stuck out, and I seemed to fit the description, so he tested me. 'What a business, lad, and it hurt.' 'I'll say it did.' General laughter rang out. It was in such stories that our boring time was spent. Lord, how boring it was. The days were long, suffocating, all alike. Oh, for a book! And yet I went to the hospital often, just to get away from the prison. It was hard there, morally harder. Here in the hospital we were all on more of an equal footing, lived more amicably. The saddest time was at evening. We went to bed early. The dim nightlight shone far away by the door. It grew more stinking and stuffy. Someone would sit up and stay for an hour on his bed, bowing his head as if thinking. Or you would start dreaming, remembering the past. Or you would think of the future. How will it be to get out? Where to go? When will it be? hope begins to stir. Or you simply start counting to fall asleep. I sometimes counted up to 3,000 and didn't fall asleep. Here, somebody begins to toss. Ustyansev coughs and moans weakly. Lord, I'm a sinner. It is strange to hear this sickly voice amidst the general silence. And somewhere in a corner, men are whispering from their cots. One tells his story about being a tramp, about his children, his wife. And you can feel from his whispering that nothing he is talking about will ever come back to him, that he is a cut-off slice. The other man listens. You hear only a quiet, measured whisper, like water murmuring somewhere far away. I remember hearing a story once on a long winter night. At first, it seemed like a feverish dream, as if I were lying in a fever and dreaming it all up. Chapter 13, Akulka's Husband, a Story. It was late at night, past 11. I had fallen asleep, but suddenly woke up. The dim flame of the nightlight barely lit the ward. Almost everyone was asleep. In the silence, you could hear Ustyansev's heavy breathing. Suddenly, I noticed that not far away, two men were not asleep and seemed to be whispering. One was heatedly telling his story, his head raised towards his comrade. His listener, sullen and indifferent, was sitting up, occasionally mumbling something in reply and filling his nose with snuff. The storyteller was Shishkov, a young civil convict. He was an empty and crotchety man, cowardly and flimsy. He often railed at people, reproaching them for some guilt before him, speaking with feeling, all but weeping. His listener was Sherivan, a corrective company soldier, a sullen pedant and conceited fool. For a long time, I could not grasp what the story was about. It seemed Shishkov kept straying from his theme. He'd go out to the market, he was saying. Everybody bows to him, does him honor. Rich is the word. He was a merchant, you say? Sherivan asked. Yes, a merchant, Shishkov replied. He was awful old, 70, big as anything. He'd go out in his fox-skin coat, and everybody'd honor him. He didn't scorn anybody. When he spoke, his every word was as good as gold. He had 2 sons not yet full grown, and Akulka, his daughter, the oldest, who was 18. Your wife, is it? Sherivan asked. Hold on, Shishkov said. To begin with, it's Filka Morozov who will do his bit. Divvy up, he says to Ankudim, Akulka's father. Give me the whole 400 rubles. Am I your hired man or something? I don't want to deal with you, and I don't want to take your Akulka. I'm now going on a binge, he says. I'll drink up the money and then get myself recruited as a soldier, and in 10 years I'll come back a field marshal. Ankudim gave him the money. You're done for, he says. And Filka says, with you, old graybeard, a man learns to sup milk from an awl. I've got character, he says, and anyhow I won't take your Akulka. I've already slept with her as it is. What? Says Ankudim. You dare to disgrace the honest daughter of an honest father? And he was shaking all over. Not just me, Filka says. I'll make it so your Akulka won't marry anybody now. She and me have been going at it ever since fall. And what a binge the fine lad gave us. The earth was groaning. He caroused for 3 months, squandered the whole pile of money. Once I've gone through all the money, he'd say, I'll throw in the house, I'll throw in everything, and then either get recruited or become a tramp. Let's go, he says, and smear tar on Akulka's gate, a sign of a dishonored woman, because I don't want Akulka to marry Mikita Grigoryevich. The old man had wanted to marry her off to Mikita Grigoryevich, an old widower. As soon as he heard the rumors, he backed out. So we tarred Akulka's gate, how they thrashed her for that at home. They whipped her from morning till night, and Filka shouts to the whole market, there's this fine wench Akulka, we share a bottle. I was with Filka Morozov then, brother, Shishkov continued. My mother comes to me. What are you doing, you scoundrel? She says. Get married to that Akulka. They'll be so glad to give her to you now, they'll give you 300 rubles. I say, but now she's dishonored. You're a fool, she says. Marriage covers up everything. I say, I want 20 rubles in cash on the table, then I'll marry her. And believe it or not, I was dead drunk right up to the wedding. Filka threatened me. I'm going to break all your ribs, and if I like, I'll sleep with your wife every night. I say, you're lying, dog's meat. So they gave her to you? Sherivan asked. To me? Why not? Shishkov said. Old Ankudim says to me, you're naked beggars, and I answer, so they didn't put enough tar on your gate. Well, brother, here's what I did then. I put a whip in my pocket before the wedding. I figured I'd have some fun with Akulka, teach her to go getting married by trickery. That's it, Sherivan said. So she feels it in the future. No, uncle, you just keep still, Shishkov went on. In our parts, they take you to a separate room right after the wedding. So they left me and Akulka in the room. She sat there so white, not a drop of blood in her face. She was scared. And what might you think of this, brother? I had the whip ready, but it turned out she wasn't guilty of anything before me. You don't say. Not of anything, as honest a girl as could be. But in that case, why had she suffered such torments? Why had Filka dishonored her? I got down on my knees to her right there by the bed. Akulina Kudumovna, I say, dearest, forgive me, I'm a fool. Forgive me, I'm a scoundrel. She sits before me, puts both hands on my shoulders, laughs, and at the same time the tears are flowing. Then I went out to them all. Well, I say, let me meet Filka Morozov now, and he won't be long for the world. The old folk don't know who to pray to. Her mother all but fell at her feet, howling. And the old man said, if only we'd known, my beloved daughter, this is not the sort of husband we'd have found for you. The day after the wedding, I was drunk and went running to the market, shouting, give me that do-nothing Filka Morozov. Well, but then I was drunk, and talk went around town. The girls in the market say, girlies, Akulka turned out honest. A little while later, Filka says to me, sell your wife, you'll get drunk. I say, you're a scoundrel. And you, he says, are a fool. You were drunk when you got married. I came home and shouted, you married me off drunk. My mother fell upon me. Give me Akulka, I shouted. So I start whacking her around. I whacked her for 2 hours, till my legs gave out. For 3 weeks, she didn't get out of bed. Of course, Sherivan observed. If you don't beat 'em, they'll... But did you catch her with her lover? No, I didn't, Shishkov said after a pause. But it hurt me a lot. People kept teasing me, and Filka was the ringleader. He invited us as guests and said, have you forgotten, my lad, how you yourself smeared her gate with tar? He grabbed me by the hair. Dance, he says, Akulka's husband. You scoundrel, I shout. And he says, I'll come to you and flog your wife with birches right in front of you. After that, I was afraid to leave the house for a month. And on account of that, I started beating her. But why beat her? Sherivan asked. Punish her, teach her, but then be kind to her. That's what a wife's for. It hurt me, Shishkov began anew. Some days I'd beat her from morning till night. If I didn't beat her, I got bored. She'd sit by the window and cry. She cried all the time. I felt sorry for her, but still I beat her. My mother would harp at me. Scoundrel, she'd say, meet for Siberia. Meanwhile, Filka Morozov leased himself out to a merchant to go for a soldier in his son's place. Once a man's leased out, he's master over the house. Filka let all hell break loose at the merchant's. Finally, it was over. They took him. People poured into the street. Filka Morozov's going for a soldier. He bows on all sides. Just then Akulka was coming from the garden. When Filka saw her, he leaped out of the cart and bowed to the ground before her. My soul, he says, forgive me, honest daughter of an honest father, because I'm a scoundrel before you. The guilt is all mine. And again he bowed. Akulka bowed low to him and said, forgive me too, good youth, and I know of no evil in you. I followed her into the cottage. What's that you said to him, dog's meat? And believe it or not, she looked at me and said, I love him now more than the whole world. So then, Sherivan exclaimed. I didn't say a word to her that whole day, Shishkov said. Only towards evening I said, Akulka, now I'm going to kill you. That night I didn't sleep. I went back inside. Akulka, I say, get ready to go to our plot. I silently hitched up the cart. We went 2 miles through the forest. I stopped the horse. Get out, Akulina, I say, your end has come. She looks at me, gets frightened, stands before me, says nothing. I'm sick of you, I say. Pray to God. I grabbed her by her long, thick braids, wound them around my hand, held her between my knees, drew my knife, pulled her head back, and slashed her throat. She screamed, the blood spurted. I dropped the knife, threw my arms around her, lay on the ground, and cried out over her. She's trembling, thrashing in my arms, and the blood just gushes out at me. I abandoned her, fear came over me, and I ran home into the bathhouse. I crouched under a shelf and sat there till nightfall. And Akulka, Cherevin asked. She must have gotten up after I left and also went home. They found her 100 steps from the place. So you didn't finish her off. Shishkov paused. There's this vein, Sherivan observed. If it isn't cut through first off, then however much blood he loses, he won't die. But she did die, Shishkov replied. They found her dead in the evening. They started searching for me and found me that night in the bathhouse. Must be the 4th year I'm living here, he added after a pause. Of course, if you don't beat them, no good'll come of it, Sherivan observed coolly. I also caught my wife with a lover once, so I invited her to the shed, doubled up the reins. Who's your master? I say, and I thrashed her with the reins for an hour and a half, till she cried out, I'll wash your feet, I will, and drink the water. Chapter 14, Summertime. It is now the beginning of April, and Holy Week is approaching. The summer work is gradually beginning. The sun gets warmer and brighter each day. The air smells of spring. The coming beautiful days excite the fettered man too, and give rise to certain desires and longings. It seems the pining for freedom is still stronger under a bright ray of sunlight than on a gray winter day. The prisoners are glad of the bright days, but at the same time, some sort of impatience intensifies in them. In the spring, quarrels become more frequent. You would notice somebody at work gazing pensively into the blue distance. There, on the other side of the Irtysh River, where the boundless stretch of the free Kyrgyz steppe begins, you would hear somebody sigh deeply, as if longing to breathe in that faraway, free air. A minute later, he has already forgotten his sudden sensation and begins to laugh or curse. Or else, with extraordinary ardor, he throws himself into his work, as if he wishes to stifle something that is weighing on him. In this time of spring, across Siberia and all Russia, with the first lark, the tramp's life begins. God's people escape from the jails and take refuge in the forests. After stuffy holes, fetters, and rods, they wander where they like, eat what they can, and at night fall asleep in a field with no prison anguish, like forest birds. It is a hard, hungry life, and a tramp is often a robber and pilferer, more from necessity than by vocation. Life in the forest, poor and terrible, but free and full of adventures, has a mysterious enchantment for those who have once experienced it. A man may even marry, have children, live in the same place for 5 years, and suddenly, one fine morning, disappear, leaving his family in bewilderment. Spring had its effect on me as well. I remember how I would look greedily through the cracks in the fence at the grass greening on our prison rampart and the distant sky turning a deeper blue. My restlessness and anguish increased, and prison became ever more hateful. The hatred I, as a nobleman, experienced from the prisoners became unbearable. In those first years, I often went to the hospital without any illness, solely to get away from that persistent, relentless hatred. You've got iron beaks, you've pecked us to death, they would say to us. And how I used to envy the simple folk who came to the prison. They at once became comrades with everybody. At the end of Lent, I had to prepare for communion. The prisoners were divided into 7 shifts for the 7 weeks of Lent. Those preparing were relieved of work. We went to the church, not far from the prison, 2 or 3 times a day. I hadn't been to church for a long time. The solemn prayers and the bowing to the ground stirred in my soul the distant past, the impressions of my childhood. In the church, we stood in a compact group just by the door. I remembered how, in my childhood, I looked at the simple folk crowding by the entrance, praying humbly. Now I too had to stand in that same place. We were shackled and disgraced. Everybody shunned us. We were given alms each time, and I remember I was somehow pleased by that. If so, let it be so, I thought. The prisoners prayed very assiduously. Each brought his beggarly kopeck for a candle. I'm also a human being, he may have thought. Before God, we're all equal. We took communion at the early liturgy. When the priest holding the chalice recited the words, "But like the thief, accept me," almost everybody fell to the ground, their fetters clanking, as if taking these words literally to their account. But now Easter came. We received 1 egg and a piece of fancy white bread. Alms from town again poured into the prison. Again the priest visited, again the authorities visited, again hearty soup, again drunkenness, all exactly the same as at Christmas, with the difference that now you could stroll in the prison yard and warm yourself in the sun. It was somehow more bright, more spacious than in winter, but somehow more anguished. The long, endless summer day became especially unbearable during the holidays. Ordinarily, the day was shortened by work. The summer work was much harder than the winter. We built, dug the earth, laid bricks, or worked in the shops. Some were sent to make bricks. This was considered the hardest of all. The brickyard was 2 or 3 miles away. A party of 50 men set off every morning at 6. A task was set for the whole day. First, you had to dig and transport the clay, bring water, knead the clay, and finally make 250 bricks. People came home tired and worn out. In spite of which, some went with eagerness. The work was outside town, on the bank of the Irtish. You could look around more cheerfully. As for me, I either went to the workshop, the alabaster works, or worked as a brick carrier. I once had to carry bricks from the bank of the Irtish to a building site, and that work went on for 2 months. I even liked it, though the rope chafed my shoulders. I liked it because it was developing my strength. At first, I could carry only 8 bricks, but later I got up to 12 or 15. I wanted to go on living after prison as well. But I liked lugging bricks not only because it strengthened my body, but also because it took place on the bank of the Irtish. I mention that bank so often because only from there could I see God's world, the pure, clear distance, the free steppe. Only on that bank could you turn your back to the fortress and not see it. From the very first days, I conceived a hatred for that fortress. On the bank, you could forget yourself. You looked at that boundless, empty vastness as an inmate looks out of his prison window at freedom. Everything there was dear to me: the bright sun, the distant song of a Kyrgyz, a bird in the blue air. Even the poor, stunted flower I found in a crevice of the stony bank held my attention. The anguish of that first year was unbearable. I closed my eyes and did not want to look. Amidst my hateful fellow convicts, I did not notice the good people, capable of thinking and feeling. Amidst the biting words, I sometimes did not notice a friendly and affectionate word, which was the dearer for being uttered without any purpose. I was extremely glad if I came back home dead tired. I might fall asleep, because sleeping was a torment for us in summer. The evenings were sometimes very nice. The sun would finally go down. Coolness would come. The prisoners, waiting to be locked in, would wander in the yard. But in the summer, the nights were a torment. I have already said how horrible the nights were. Chapter 15, Prison Animals. The buying of a horse named Gnedko, which means bay boy, occupied and entertained the prisoners far more pleasantly than the recent visit from the general. We were supposed to have a horse in the prison to deliver water and take away sewage. A prisoner was appointed to look after him. Our old Gnedko had served us for a long time. He was a good horse, but worn out. One fine morning he collapsed and died. We were sorry for him. Everyone gathered around, talked, argued. They reported to the major, and he decided a new horse should be bought. On St. Peter's Day in the morning, the horses up for sale were brought. It went without saying that the buying would be entrusted to the prisoners themselves. There were real connoisseurs among us, and to dupe 250 men was difficult. Kyrgyz, horse traders, gypsies, and townsfolk turned up. The prisoners waited impatiently, happy as children. They were flattered that, just like free men, they were buying a horse for themselves, out of their own pocket. 3 horses were let in and let out before they settled on the 4th. Our men outdid each other in stratagems for testing each horse. They examined them, felt them everywhere, with a businesslike, serious air. The Circassians leaped onto the horses' backs, their eyes glowing, chattering rapidly in their own language. Some of the Russians simply riveted all their attention on their debate, trying to guess by the look in their eyes what had been decided. Why, you wonder, should some humble, downtrodden prisoner get so hot and bothered? As if he were buying a horse for himself. The former gypsies and horse traders distinguished themselves most. Here a sort of noble duel even took place between 2 of them, the prisoner Kulikov, a former gypsy, and a self-taught veterinarian, a cunning Siberian muzhik named Yelkin. Kulikov was an aristocrat among us, intelligent, courageous, and resolute. He had a large veterinary practice in town, But with the arrival of Yelkin, Kulikov's fame was eclipsed. Yelkin cured horses that Kulikov had given up on. He had been sent to us for false coinage. Kulikov was somewhat offended by his rival's successes. Everyone expected that now, at the buying of the horse, the enemies might get into a fight. But Kulikov acted masterfully. He began by yielding, but catching Yelkin on one word, he modestly and insistently proved that he was mistaken. In short, Yelkin was artfully thrown off, and Kulikov's party remained pleased. The new Gnedko was finally chosen. He was a nice little horse, young, handsome, strong, with a kind, cheerful look. There was some bargaining. The asking price was 30 rubles. Our men offered 25. They bargained hot and long. In the end, a bargain was struck for 28 rubles. It was reported to the major, and the purchase was concluded. Bread and salt were brought out, and the new Gnedko was led into the prison with honor. It seemed there was not a prisoner who did not pat him on the neck. That same day, Gnedko was harnessed to bring in water. Our water carrier, Roman, glanced at the new horse with extraordinary self-satisfaction. He was a staid and taciturn man of about 50. He had always looked after the prison Gnedkos. Gnedko soon became the prison favorite. Roman would lock the gate, and Gnedko would go on alone to the kitchen and stop, waiting for the cooks. "Smart boy, Gnedko," the men would shout. "Does what he's told." Gnedko would shake his head and snort, as if he understood, and someone would inevitably bring him bread and salt. He would eat and nod his head as if to say, "I know you. I'm a nice horse, and you're a good man." I also liked to give Gnedko bread. It was pleasant to look at his pretty muzzle and feel his soft, warm lips on my palm. Generally, our prisoners were capable of loving animals and would eagerly have raised lots of livestock and birds if they had been allowed. What could have softened and ennobled their stern, brutal character more than such an occupation? But it was not allowed. During my time, however, chance brought several animals to our prison. Besides Gnedko, we had dogs, geese, the billy goat Vaska, and for a while, an eagle. We had Sharik, the permanent prison dog, an intelligent and kind dog with whom I was friends. But since dogs are generally considered unclean animals, almost nobody paid him any attention. Later, another dog, Belka, turned up. She had been run over by a cart, and her back was curved inwards. She was all mangy, with festering eyes. Insulted by fate, she had decided to submit. She never barked or growled. She would immediately roll over on her back, a sign of submission. And each prisoner she rolled over in front of would kick her with his boot. "Take that, you creep," he would say. But Belka didn't even dare to yelp. I once tried to pet her. This was so new to her that she suddenly sank to the ground, trembled, and began to squeal loudly from tender feeling. It ended with her being torn to pieces by other dogs on the rampart. Kolyapka was of a different character. I brought him from the workshop as a blind puppy. I enjoyed feeding him. Sharik took him under his protection. Kolyapka almost didn't grow in height, but all in length and breadth. His fur was shaggy, of a light mousy color. He was of an ardent and rapturous character. Wherever I was, at the shout "Kolyapka," he would appear from around the corner, rolling like a ball and turning somersaults. I became terribly fond of the little monster. But one day, the prisoner Neustroev, a shoemaker, took special note of him. He called Kolyapka over, felt his fur. The next morning, he disappeared. 2 weeks later, it was explained. Neustroev had skinned him, dressed the hide, and used it to line the velvet winter boots he had made for the auditor's wife. Poor Kolyapka. Geese also came to us by chance. They were hatched in the prison and kept in the kitchen. When they grew up, the whole gaggle got into the habit of going out to work with the prisoners. As soon as the drum roll sounded, our geese would rush honking after us, jump over the high threshold, and line up waiting for the assignments. They always joined the biggest party and grazed nearby while the work went on. Rumor spread through the fortress that the geese were going to work with the prisoners. But in spite of all their devotion, they were all slaughtered for some festive meal. On the other hand, our billy goat Vaska would never have been slaughtered if not for a special circumstance. A small, white, pretty little goat turned up. After a few days, we all got to love him. He was a graceful and frolicsome creature. He came running when called, jumped onto benches, and butted the prisoners. Once he butted the Lesgin Babai so hard that he sent him tumbling off the porch to the delight of all. In short, everybody was terribly fond of Vaska. When he began to grow up, a conference was held and an operation was performed on him. Otherwise he'll smell of goat, the prisoners said. After that, Vaska grew terribly fat. He got into the habit of going to work with us. The prisoners would decorate him with willow branches and flowers. Vaska always went back to the prison at the head of the prisoners, adorned and decked out. This admiration went so far that some came up with the idea of gilding Vaska's horns. Akim Akimich, our gilder, considered it seriously and replied that maybe you could, but it wouldn't last and was useless. But one day, Vaska ran into the major driving in his droshky. "Stop!" he bellowed. "Whose goat is that?" It was explained to him. "What? A goat in the prison? And without my permission? Sergeant?" The sergeant was ordered to slaughter the goat immediately. There was much talk and regret, but they did not dare disobey. Vaska was slaughtered. One prisoner bought all the meat, and it was sold in pieces to his fellows for roasting. The meat turned out to be remarkably tasty. An eagle, a small steppe eagle, also lived with us for a time. Somebody brought him in wounded and suffering. He couldn't fly. His right wing hung down, and one leg was dislocated. He fiercely looked around at the curious crowd and opened his hooked beak, prepared to sell his life dearly. He hobbled off to the farthest end of the prison and huddled in a corner. There he lived for 3 months. At first, people went to look at him and set the dog on him. Sharik attacked him fiercely, but was afraid to get close. The eagle defended himself with all his might, gazing proudly and wildly like a wounded king. In the end, they all got tired of him and forgot him. And yet, each day you could see scraps of raw meat and a crock of water beside him. Somebody was looking after him. He refused to eat from men's hands or in front of them. I couldn't soften him with any affection. He bit and thrashed. Solitary and angry, he awaited death, trusting no one. At last, it was as if the prisoners remembered him. It was as if they all suddenly felt compassion. "Let him die, but not in prison," some said. "Right, he's a free, tough bird," others agreed. "Meaning he's not like us," somebody added. One day after lunch, they took the eagle and carried him out of the prison. They came to the ramparts. The 12 men in the party were curious to see where he would go. Strangely, they were all pleased, as if they were getting a share of his freedom. "Let him go, Mikitka," one said. They threw the eagle from the rampart into the steppe. It was late autumn, a cold and gloomy day. The eagle went straight off, waving his injured wing, as if hurrying to get away. The prisoners followed with curiosity. "See him go," one said thoughtfully. "And he doesn't look back," added another. "Hasn't looked back once." "So you thought he'd come back to thank us?" observed a third. "Freedom, right enough. He's feeling his freedom." "Can't see him anymore, brothers." "What are you standing there for? March!" the convoy shouted, and we all silently trudged off to work. Chapter 16, The Grievance. In beginning this chapter, a special note is needed for you, the listener. In the first chapter of these notes, a few words were said about a certain parricide from the nobility. He was held up as an example of the callousness with which prisoners speak of their crimes. It was also said that the murderer had not confessed, but the facts were so clear that it was impossible not to believe in his crime. The whole town told the same story. However, the author of the notes added these words: "Of course, I did not believe in that crime." The other day, word was received from Siberia that the criminal was indeed in the right and had suffered 10 years of hard labor for nothing. His innocence had been revealed in court. The real criminals had been found and had confessed, and the unfortunate man had been released. There is nothing more to add. The fact is all too clear, all too shocking in itself. If such a fact turns out to be possible, then the possibility itself adds another new and extremely striking feature to the full portrayal of the dead house. And now let's go on. I have already said that I finally adjusted to my situation in prison, but this finally was accomplished with great strain and suffering. It took me nearly a year, and that was the hardest year of my life. I remember it all of a piece. I remember often reflecting to myself during that first year, how are they? Can they really be at peace? I have already mentioned that the prisoners all lived as if they were not at home, but in an inn. Even people sent up for life fidgeted and dreamed of something almost impossible. This eternal restlessness, this strange fervor of sometimes involuntarily expressed hopes, at times so unfounded that they were more like raving, all this gave the place an extraordinary character. Here, everyone was a dreamer, and that jumped into your eyes. You felt it painfully, because this dreaminess lent the majority a gloomy and dismal look. The great majority were silent and spiteful to the point of hatred, and did not like to openly display their hopes. Simple-heartedness and candor were held in contempt. The more unrealizable the hopes were, the more the dreamer himself felt that unrealizability, the more stubbornly and chastely he concealed them, but renounce them he could not. In the Russian character, there is so much inner mockery of oneself. Maybe it was because of this constant secret dissatisfaction with themselves that there was so much impatience in these people, so much resentment. The silent ones were sharply divided into the good and the wicked, the gloomy and the bright. There were incomparably more of the gloomy and wicked. The good, a very small group, were quiet and more inclined to have hopes. However, there was also a category of those in total despair. One such was the old man from the Starodubsky settlements, but there were very few of them. The old man looked calm, but I suspect his inner state was terrible. He had his own salvation, prayer, and the idea of martyrdom. The Bible-reading prisoner who attacked the major was probably also one of those in despair. He declared he had attacked the major without anger, but solely from a wish to embrace suffering. No living man lives without some sort of goal. Having lost both goal and hope, a man often turns into a monster from anguish. The goal of all of us was freedom and getting out of prison. But as I've said, I could not penetrate to the inner depths of this life at the beginning. Therefore, all its external manifestations tormented me with an inexpressible anguish. Sometimes I would simply begin to hate these men, who were sufferers the same as I was. I even envied them for being among their own kind, able to understand each other, though in fact they were all as sick of it as I was, and loathed this forced comradeship. They are decidedly wrong who say that for a nobleman, an educated man, the hardship in prison is the same as for any peasant. We're all people, but the idea is too abstract. It loses sight of many practical considerations. I will be the first to testify that in the most uneducated, downtrodden milieu, I have met with features of the most refined inner development. In prison, you would know a man for years and think he was a beast, and suddenly a chance moment would come when his soul would open up, and you would see such riches, feeling, heart, such a clear understanding of suffering. I say nothing of the change of habits, way of life, food, which for a man of a higher social stratum are harder than for a peasant who often went hungry in freedom. No, more important than all this is that every newcomer, 2 hours after his arrival, becomes the same as all the others at home, as rightfully a master as any other. They all understand him, and he understands them. Not so with a nobleman. No matter how fair, kind, intelligent he is, for years the whole mass will hate and despise him. They will not understand him, and above all, will not trust him. He is not a friend, not a comrade. This estrangement sometimes happens without any malice, but just so, unconsciously. He's not one of us, that's all. A peasant transferred from one end of Russia to another will at once find a Russian peasant exactly like himself, and in a couple of hours they may start living in the same cottage. Not so for the nobleman. They are separated from simple people by the deepest abyss, and that can be fully noticed only when the nobleman is deprived of his former rights and turned into a simple man. You will never know their real essence. It will all be an optical illusion. I became convinced of it, not through books, but in reality. Events confirm my observations from the very first step. During that first summer, I wandered about the prison almost entirely alone. I couldn't bear the sight of it all, yet there was no escape. One day that summer, the whole prison suddenly arose as one man and began to form up in the yard. I knew nothing about it. The prison had been in smoldering unrest for some 3 days. It may have begun much earlier. I had ascribed it to the hard work, the long summer days, involuntary dreams of the forests. Maybe it all came together now in one outburst, but the pretext for the outburst was the food. For several days there had been loud complaints and indignation in the barracks and kitchen. They were displeased with the cooks, even tried to replace one, but immediately chased out the new one and brought back the old. In short, everyone was agitated. "The work's hard and they feed us tripe," one man would grumble. "If you don't like it, order blancmange," another would pick up. "I really like she with tripe, brothers," a third would add. "It's smacking good." "And if they feed you the same tripe all the time, will it be smacking good?" "And if it's not tripe, it's offal." Offal was their mocking name for awful. Tripe and offal, over and over again. Is that fair or isn't it? "Yeah, the feed's bad. He must be lining his pocket," one would say, meaning the major. "The whole lot of us should make a grievance, that would do it," another would suggest. A grievance. Yes, as if you haven't been thrashed enough for these grievances. "Blockhead." "No hurry, no worry," another would add glumly. "What'll you put into your grievance? Tell us that first, big brain." "Eight Eyes has grown fat," one would say, using their nickname for the major. "Bought himself a pair of grays. The other day he had a fight with the veterinarian over cards," another added. "Fedka told me. That's why we get she with awful." In short, everybody was agitated. Our food was indeed bad at that time. But the main thing was the general mood of anguish, the eternally suppressed suffering. Convicts are quarrelsome and rebellious by nature, but they rarely rebel altogether. The reason for that is eternal disagreement. And yet this time the agitation did not go for nothing. They began to gather in groups, talked in the barracks, swore, and angrily recalled our major's entire administration. In any situation like that, instigators and ringleaders always turn up. These are a special type of person, everywhere alike. They are hot-headed people, yearning for justice, and in the most naive way, convinced of its immediate possibility. These people are not stupider than others. Some are even very intelligent, but they are too hot-headed to be clever and calculating. Because of their hot-headedness, they have influence on the masses. People follow them eagerly. Their blind confidence in success seduces even the most inveterate skeptics. The main thing is that they march in the forefront, fearing nothing. They rush straight ahead like bulls, horns down. They inevitably break their horns. But the masses understand them. In that lies their strength. In our prison, there were several men who had come there on account of grievances. They were the ones who were most agitated now. Our prison sergeant came out at once, in fright. Having lined up, the people politely asked him to tell the major that the convicts wished to talk to him. This request plunged the sergeant into terror, but he did not dare refuse. Pale and trembling, he hastened to the major. Knowing absolutely nothing, I, too, went out to line up. I thought it was some sort of roll call, but I was surprised and started looking around. The faces were agitated and annoyed. Some were even pale. I noticed that many of them looked at me with extreme astonishment but silently turned away. They clearly found it strange that I lined up with them. "What are you doing here?" Vasily Antonov asked loudly and rudely. He was standing further away and until then had always addressed me formally. I looked at him in perplexity, trying to understand. "Really, what are you doing standing here?" "Go back to the barrack," said one young fellow, a kind and quiet lad. "This is none of your business." "But they're lining up," I answered him. "I thought it was a roll call." "So he dragged himself out too," one man shouted. "Iron beak," said another. "Fly squashers," said a third with inexpressible contempt. This new nickname set off a general guffawing. "This is not the place for you," said Kulikov, the former gypsy and veterinarian, coming up to me casually. He took me by the arm and led me out of the ranks. He was pale himself, his dark eyes flashed. He was not waiting cool-headedly for the major. "We're here on our own business, Alexander Petrovich," he said, "and you have nothing to do with it. Go away somewhere. Wait it out. All your kind are in the kitchen. Go there." Laughter, cursing, and hooting followed after me. "He didn't like it. Hoo-hoo! Sick him!" Never before had I been so insulted in the prison, and at the time it was very painful for me. But I had happened upon such a moment. In the entry to the kitchen, I ran into Tiski, a Polish nobleman, a firm and magnanimous young man. "What is it, Goryanchikov?" he shouted to me. "Come here!" "But what's going on there?" I asked. "They're presenting a grievance, didn't you know?" he replied. "Naturally, they won't succeed. Who's going to believe convicts? They'll look for the instigators, and if we're there, they'll heap the blame on us first. Remember what we came here for. They'll simply get beaten, but we'll go on trial. The major hates us all and would gladly do us in. And the convicts will put all the blame on us," added Mck, another Polish nobleman, as we entered the kitchen. Besides the nobleman, there were about 30 other people in the kitchen. They had all stayed behind, some out of cowardice, others being convinced of the uselessness of any grievance. There was also Akim Akimich, the inveterate enemy of all such disturbances. He waited silently, convinced of the inevitable triumph of order. There was Isai Fomich, the jeweler, in extreme perplexity. There were all the simple Poles. There were a few timid Russians who didn't dare to come out. And there were a few gloomy prisoners, not timid folk, who stayed behind from the conviction that it was all nonsense. "Here comes the major," somebody shouted, and they all eagerly rushed to the windows. The major came flying in, angry, infuriated, red-faced, in spectacles. Silently but resolutely, he approached the front line. In these cases he was indeed brave and did not lose his presence of mind. By the second word he was roaring at the top of his lungs. We could see him running up and down the line of men, dashing about, asking questions. All we could catch were his shrieking shouts, "Mutineers! Run the gauntlet! Instigators! You're an instigator! You're an instigator!" He fell upon someone. After a minute we saw a prisoner separate himself and head for the guardhouse. Then a second, then a third. "Who's there in the kitchen?" he shrieked, seeing us in the windows. "Get them all out here!" The scribe Dyatlov came to us. In the kitchen he was told that we had no grievances. He reported to the major. "Ah, so they haven't," he said, 2 tones lower, obviously glad. "Never mind, bring them out here." We came out. I felt it was somehow shameful for us to come out. We all walked with our heads hanging. "Ah, Prokofiev, Yelkin too, and that's you, Almazov. Stand here in a group," the major said to us in a hurried but soft voice, glancing at us benignly. "Mck, you're here as well. Make a list, Dyatlov. Make a list right now of all the contented and discontented, all to a man, and bring me the paper. I'll put you all on trial." The list had its effect. "We're content," one voice from the crowd of discontents called out sullenly. "Ah, you're content. Who's content? Whoever's content, step forward." We're content," several voices joined in. "You're content, so you've been stirred up, so there were instigators, all the worse for them." "Lord, what is this?" Someone's voice came from the crowd. "Who's that who shouted?" the major bellowed, rushing to where the voice came from. "It was you who shouted, Rastorgev. To the guardhouse!" Rastorgev, a tall young fellow, stepped out and slowly headed for the guardhouse. He was not the one who had shouted, but since he had been pointed out, he did not protest. "You've got too fat a life," the major yelled after him. "Those who are content, step forward." "We're content, Your Honor," several dozen voices said gloomily. The rest remained stubbornly silent. But that was all the major needed. It was obviously most advantageous for him to finish the affair quickly. "Ah, so now you're all content," he said hastily. "I saw that. I knew it. It's instigators, but now it's time for work. Beat the drum." He was present himself for the assigning. The prisoners silently and sadly went off to work, content at least to get out of his sight. But after the assigning, he visited the guardhouse and dealt with the instigators, though not very severely. The food improved the very next day, though not for long. As for the prisoners, they could not calm down for a long time after that. Some were even downcast. Others spoke grumpily about the affair. Many jeered at themselves bitterly, as if punishing themselves for the grievance. "So, brother, take that and eat it," one would say. "If you laugh it off, you'll work it off," another would add. "Where's the mouse that ever belled the cat?" a third remarked. That same evening, I met Petrov behind the barracks. He was looking for me. This whole affair still weighed painfully on my heart, and I thought he might clarify it for me. Tell me, Petrov, I asked him, aren't your people angry with us? Who's angry, he asked, as if coming to his senses. The prisoners, with us, with the noblemen. Why should they be? Well, because we didn't come out for the grievance. And why should you present a grievance, he asked. You eat your own food. Ah, my God, but some of yours eat their own food, and they still came out. We should have too, out of comradeship. But what kind of comrade are you for us, he asked in perplexity. I glanced at him quickly. He decidedly did not understand me, but I understood him perfectly at that moment. For the first time, a thought that had long been stirring in me finally became clear. I suddenly understood something I had realized only poorly until now. I understood that I would never be accepted as a comrade, even if I was a prisoner 1,000 times over. It was Petrov's look at that moment that especially remained in my memory. In his question, "What kind of comrade are you for us?" such unfeigned naivete, such simple-hearted perplexity could be heard. There was no irony, no malice. You're simply not a comrade, that's all. You go your way, and we go ours. You have your business, and we have ours. And indeed, I had been thinking that after the grievance they would simply chew us up and make life impossible for us. Not at all. We did not hear the slightest reproach, no particular increase of malice. They simply nagged at us a little on occasion, as they had before, and nothing more. However, they were also not angry in the least with all those who did not present a grievance and remained in the kitchen. Nobody even mentioned it. This last especially I could not understand. Chapter 17, Comrades. I was, of course, more drawn to my own kind, that is, to the noblemen, especially at first. But of the 3 former Russian noblemen who were in our prison, Akim Akimich, the spy A, and the one considered a parricide, I only kept company with Akim Akimich. I confess, I approached him out of despair, in moments of the most intense boredom. He was a kind man, and even helped me in the beginning, but sometimes, especially at first, he involuntarily drove me into unparalleled anguish, intensifying my already anguished state of mind. Yet it was out of anguish that I got to talking with him. I would be thirsting for some living word, even if bitter, even if angry. But he would keep silent, glue up his little lanterns, or tell me about some military review and what the division commander's first name and patronymic were. During that first year, I would sometimes begin almost to hate Akim Akimich, without knowing why. Usually an hour later, I was reproaching myself for it. Later on, I became completely reconciled with him in my soul. Besides these 3 Russians, there were 8 other noblemen in our prison. With certain of them I became quite close, but not with all. The best of them were somehow sickly, exclusive, and intolerant. With 2 of them I simply stopped speaking later on. Only 3 were educated, B-ski, Kiki, and old G-ski, a former mathematics professor. With Memiki I got on well from the first. I respected him, but could never love him. He was a deeply mistrustful and embittered man, but could control himself astonishingly well. His was a strong and noble nature, but his extreme prudence betrayed his deep, hidden skepticism. He was in implacable enmity with B-ski and his friend T-ski. B-ski was a sickly man, irritable and nervous, but essentially very kind and magnanimous. His irritability sometimes reached the point of extreme intolerance. I could not bear his character and later broke with him, though I never ceased to love him. Having broken with B-ski, I had to break with T-ski as well. That was a great pity. T-ski, though uneducated, was kind and manly. He loved and respected B-ski so much that he considered those who fell out with him to be his own enemies. However, they were all morally sick, bilious, irritable. That was understandable. It was very hard for them. They were far from their native land. They had a deeply prejudiced view of everyone around them, saw only brutality in the convicts, and could not see a single good feature in them. This Ski was that same eternally prayerful old man I have mentioned. He was over 50. He was an honest man, but somewhat strange. His comrades disliked him very much, saying he was stubborn and quarrelsome. It seems he was somewhat deranged. He spent whole days on his knees praying to God, which earned him the general respect of the whole prison. The convicts respected him from his first steps, after his episode with our major. On the road to our fortress, their beards had grown, and the major became furiously indignant at this breach of subordination. "Just look at them," he bellowed, "like tramps, robbers." Ski, who had a poor understanding of Russian, replied, "We are not tramps, we are political criminals." "What insolence!" the major bellowed. "To the guardhouse, 100 lashes right now." The old man was punished. He lay down unprotestingly, bit his hand, and endured the punishment without a cry or moan. Ski and T-Ski told Mucky all about it. "I was beside myself," Mucky told me. "I waited for Zhisky by the gate. Suddenly the door opened. Zhisky, not looking at anybody, with a pale face and trembling lips, went straight to his place, knelt down, and began praying. The convicts were struck and even moved. When I saw that gray-haired old man on his knees praying, after being shamefully punished, I rushed behind the barracks, and for a whole 2 hours was as if oblivious." The convicts began to respect Ski greatly after that. They especially liked that he had not cried out under the lashes. But the whole truth needs to be told. It is by no means possible to judge by this example the way the authorities in Siberia treated exiles from the nobility. This example only shows that you could run into a bad man. But it is impossible not to admit that the highest authorities in Siberia are very scrupulous with regard to exiled noblemen, and even try to grant them indulgence. The reasons are clear. First, these authorities are noblemen themselves. Second, it has happened before that noblemen have refused to be flogged and have attacked the executioners. And third, some 35 years ago, a large group of exiled noblemen appeared in Siberia and, over 30 years, managed to establish and prove themselves so well that in my time the authorities willy-nilly looked upon noble criminals with different eyes. The authorities in our prison kept an attentive eye on all of us noblemen. There was no indulgence towards us with regard to work or keeping. The same work, the same fetters, the same locks. But with respect to bodily punishment, there were certain exceptions. They would not flog us just for nothing, casually, while with simple prisoners that sort of casual treatment did take place. It was known to us that the commandant, on learning about the incident with old Zhisky, was very indignant and told the major to keep himself on a shorter tether. The major hated Meki, but he never could flog him, though he sought pretexts. Soon the whole town knew about the incident, and public opinion was against the major. I remember my first encounter with him. We, that is, myself and another nobleman, had already been frightened in Tobolsk by stories of his unpleasant character. We stood in the anteroom, waiting. He came out, and his purple, malicious face had a depressing effect on us, like a spider pouncing on a fly. "What's your name?" he asked my comrade, sharply and abruptly. "Yours," he went on, turning to me. "Sergeant, to prison with them at once. Give them a civilian shave, half the head, fetters to be redone tomorrow. What are these overcoats? Take it all away. Leave them only the underwear. The rest will be sold at auction. A prisoner has no private property. See that you behave yourselves, or else corporal punishment for the slightest misstep, the birches." I was almost ill all that evening. I mentioned that no one granted us any indulgence. Once, though, an attempt was made. For 3 months, B-Ski and I went to work as clerks in the engineering office. But that was done hush-hush. This took place under the commander G. Kov. Lieutenant Colonel Kov fell on us as if from heaven, spent a very short time with us, and made an extraordinary impression on all the prisoners. He was not so much loved as adored by them. "A father, better than a real one," they said. He was affectionate with the prisoners, all but tender. "An eagle," they said of him. He was our comrade, our own man. But the prisoners never made the misstep of being disrespectful. A prisoner would beam all over when he met the commander. What was likable in him was his trust, the absence of petty touchiness. If he had lost 1,000 rubles and our foremost thief had found them, I think he would have returned them. With what deep sympathy the prisoners learned that their eagle commander had quarreled mortally with our hated major. Kov became his mortal enemy. There was a rumor that they fought. The prisoners' joy was boundless. 8 eyes can't get along with such a man. He's an eagle, and our major's a... And here they put in an unprintable word. "No, the commander must have won," they said. But Gikov soon left, and the prisoners fell into dejection again. So this G-Cov loved us noblemen and told Psky and me to come to the office. After his departure, that was established more regularly. We went, copied papers, when an order suddenly came from the higher authorities that we were to return to our former work. Someone had managed to denounce us. However, it was a good thing. We were both getting sick of the office. After that, for some 2 years, Bisky and I went to the same jobs, most often to the workshops. We talked of our hopes, our convictions. He was a nice man, but his convictions were sometimes very strange. We finally parted ways, and that was very painful for me. Meanwhile, Mki was becoming more and more sad and gloomy with the years. Anguish was overcoming him. Je hais ces brigands. I hate these brigands, he often repeated to me, looking with hatred at the convicts. He became animated only when he remembered his mother. She's old, she's sick, he said. She loves me more than anything. It was enough for her, knowing that I had run the gauntlet. One morning he was summoned to the commandant. "Well, Ki, what did you dream about last night?" the commandant asked with a cheerful smile. "I dreamed I got a letter from my mother," he replied. "Better, better," the commandant retorted. "You're free. Your mother petitioned. Here's her letter, and here's the order about you. You'll be leaving prison straight away." He came back to us pale, not yet recovered. We congratulated him. He pressed our hands with his trembling, cold hands. Many prisoners also congratulated him. He was released as a settler and stayed in our town. At first, he often came to our prison and told us various bits of news. Of the other 4 Poles, 2 were very young men. The third, a Shukovsky, was all too simple-minded. But the 4th, BM, a man on in years, made a very nasty impression on us all. He was a house painter, a magnificent one. The authorities soon learned of his abilities, and the whole town started asking him to paint their walls and ceilings. In 2 years, he painted nearly all the government apartments. Our major sent for him and ordered him to paint all the walls and ceilings for him. BM outdid himself. The house was decrepit on the outside, but the inside was painted like a palace. The major was delighted. He rubbed his hands and said that now he would certainly get married. "With such lodgings, it's impossible not to get married," he added. He was more and more pleased with BM and the others who worked with him. The major totally changed his opinion about all our group and began to patronize them. He even once summoned old Shsky. "Shsky," he said, "I offended you. I was wrong to flog you. I repent. Do you understand that? I repent. Do you understand that I, your superior, summoned you to ask your forgiveness? Who are you next to me? A worm. While I, by God's grace, am a major. Do you understand that?" Shsky replied that he understood. Considering the major's notions, such an act could be seen as almost magnanimous. His dream was not realized. He did not get married. Instead, he wound up in court and was ordered to resign. In the prison, the news caused boundless rejoicing. It was a holiday. They say the major howled like an old woman. But there was nothing to be done. He resigned, sold his possessions, and fell into poverty. We would run into him afterwards in a shabby frock coat. He looked spitefully at the prisoners, but all his fascination went away as soon as he took off his uniform. In uniform, he was a terror, a god. In a frock coat, he suddenly became a complete nothing. It's astonishing how much a uniform does for these people. Chapter 18, The Escape. Soon after our major's replacement, radical changes took place in our prison. Hard labor was abolished, and instead a penal company of the military department was formed. This meant that exiled convicts of the 2nd category were no longer brought to our prison. It began to be populated only by prisoners from the military department, who came for short terms and, upon leaving, joined their battalions again as privates. However, the previous convicts, the real civil convicts, remained until the end of their terms. The special section also remained. Thus, life went on for us essentially as before. A staff officer was appointed, a company commander, and 4 subalterns. The invalids were replaced by 12 sergeants and a quartermaster. Divisions of 10 were introduced, and corporals from among the prisoners themselves. And of course, Akim Akimich at once found himself a corporal. The prisoners were agitated at first, but calmed down when they saw that everything remained as before. The main thing was that we were rid of the former major. It was as if we all relaxed and cheered up. Frightened looks disappeared. We knew now that in case of need, we could talk things over with the superior. Vodka even went on being sold as before. The new sergeants were decent and sensible men who understood their position. Must I make note of all that life, of all my years in prison? I don't think so. It would become too monotonous. I wanted to present the whole of our prison and all that I lived through in one graphic and vivid picture. Whether I have achieved that goal, I don't know. The subsequent years have somehow been erased from my memory. I remember that those long, boring days were as monotonous as rainwater dripping from the roof. I remember that only the passionate desire for resurrection, renewal, a new life, gave me the strength to wait and hope. I waited, I counted off each day, and though there were 1,000 left, I counted off each one with delight, bade farewell to it, and with the coming of the new day, rejoiced that it was no longer 1,000, but 999. I remember that in all that time, despite having hundreds of fellow prisoners, I was in terrible solitude, and I finally came to love that solitude. Spiritually alone, I revisited all my past life, pondered my past, judged myself alone, and sometimes even blessed my fate for having sent me this solitude. What hopes then throbbed in my heart? I thought, I resolved, I swore to myself that in my future life there would be no such mistakes. I outlined a program for the future and resolved to follow it firmly. I waited, I called for freedom to come quickly. I wanted to test myself anew in a new struggle. It occurred to me that someone might well ask, can it be that no one could possibly escape from the prison? A prisoner who has spent 2 or 3 years in prison begins to value those years and reckons it is better to serve the rest with no trouble. But a long-timer might well be ready to risk it. I don't know whether they were too cowardly, or the surveillance was especially strict, or the location of our town was unfavorable. It was hard to escape from our prison. And yet one such case did occur. 2 men risked it, and they were even from among the most important criminals. After the major was replaced, A.V., the spy, was left without protection. He was still a young man, but his character had strengthened. He was bold, resolute, and clever. He would have gone on spying even if they had granted him freedom. He also did some faking of passports. To this man, Kulikov, the former gypsy and veterinarian from the special section, turned his attention. Kulikov was no longer young, but passionate, strong, of great vitality. There was strength in him, and he still wanted to live. Such people keep this wish into old age. If I should start wondering why none of us tried to escape, Kulikov would be one of the first. But Kulikov did try. Who had more influence on whom, A.V. on Kulikov or vice versa, I don't know. But they were worthy of each other. They became friends. I believe Kulikov counted on A.V. to prepare the passports. A.V. was a nobleman that promised diversity in their future adventures. Prison must be oppressive for such people. They arranged to escape. But it was impossible to escape without a convoy soldier. They persuaded one, a Pole named Koller. He was an energetic man, already on in years. In his youth he had deserted out of a deep longing for his native land. He was caught, punished, and spent 2 years in the penal companies. When he returned to the ranks, he served zealously and was made a corporal. But the former longing had turned into a concealed, smoldering hatred. He was a man capable of anything. They made arrangements and fixed the day. It was in June, in the hot days. They could not set out straight from the fortress. They had to change into ordinary clothes, and for that they had to get to the outskirts, where Kulikov had a hideout. Our lads came out to the morning roll call and deftly arranged to be sent with the prisoner Shilkin, a stove maker, to plaster some empty barracks. A.V. and Kulikov went with him as porters. Koller turned up as convoy, and since 2 convoy soldiers were needed, Koller as a veteran was entrusted with a young recruit. They came to the barracks. After working for an hour, Kulikov and A. told Shilkin they were going to the workshop to pick up a tool. Shilkin was a Muscovite, cunning, devious, and intelligent. He was not in on the secret, but he had sharp eyes. Kulikov winked at him, meaning they were going to get vodka. Shilkin was touched by that and parted with them without suspicion. He remained alone with the recruit, while Kulikov, A.V., and Koller went to the outskirts. Half an hour went by. The men did not come back. Shilkin fell to thinking. He began to recollect. Kulikov had seemed to be in a special mood. A had seemed to exchange whispers with him. In call or two, he had noticed something. His uneasiness reached the utmost limits. He realized how much at risk he was. The authorities might think he had knowingly allowed them to leave. There was no time to lose. He went to the workshop. It turned out that no one there had seen them. All his doubts were dispelled. He dropped his work and went straight to the prison. It was nearly 9 o'clock when he told the master sergeant what was going on. The master sergeant rushed to the major. The major rushed to the commandant. Within a quarter of an hour, all necessary steps had been taken. Messengers were sent to all the townships. Cossacks were sent to pursue them. Letters were written. In short, they were all panic-stricken. Meanwhile, another sort of excitement began in the prison. Everyone took the news with a sort of extraordinary secret joy. Everyone's heart leaped. An escape, and such an escape, echoed somehow intimately in every soul and touched long-forgotten strings. So people can escape. Why, then? And at this thought, each man took courage and looked defiantly at the others. The authorities swooped down on the prison. The commandant himself came. The prisoners took courage and looked on boldly, even contemptuously. Needless to say, they foresaw that there would be searches, and everything was hidden beforehand. They knew that in such cases, the authorities become wise after the fact, and so it happened. They rummaged through everything and found nothing. But the prisoners didn't turn a hair. They all looked extremely independent, as if you'd leave accomplices behind in a job like that. It was masterfully done, no loose ends. Kulikov and V grew in fame. Everybody was proud of them. Masterful folk, said some. See, people thought you couldn't escape from here. But they escaped, others added. And AV2, brothers, he's a slick one. You said it, he'll wind Kulikov around his little finger. I'd like to know how far they've gone by now, brothers. And the conversation turned to how far they might have gone and where it would be best for them to go. The strictness in the prison continued for a whole week. For the first few days, all the news was in favor of the escapees. There was no trace of them. Our people only chuckled. Then suddenly, some 8 days after the escape, a rumor went around that their trail had been found. The next morning, there was talk that they had been caught. After dinner, more details were learned. They had been caught 50 miles away. Finally, precise news was received. The sergeant major announced that in the evening they would be brought to the guardhouse. It is hard to describe the impression this news made. At first, it was as if everybody became angry, then dejected. Then a tendency to mockery peeped through. They began to laugh, not at the pursuers now, but at the pursued. As much as Kulikov and AV had been exalted before, so they were humiliated now. It was as if they had offended everybody. The story was that they had been unable to bear their hunger and had gone into a village to ask for bread. That was the last degree of humiliation for tramps. However, these stories were not true. They had been tracked down and had hidden in the forest. Seeing there was no possibility of saving themselves, they surrendered. When they were brought back, bound hand and foot, the whole prison poured out to the fence to see. They were kept in solitary, chained up, and the next day put on trial. The mockery and scorn soon ceased. They learned that there had been nothing else to do but surrender. They'll slap 1,000 lashes on them, some said. 1,000, ha! Said others. They'll finish them off. A V may get 1,000, but the other one they'll finish off because he's from the special section. They guessed wrong. V was given a mere 500 lashes. Kulikov got 1,500. The punishment was carried out rather mercifully. I was sorry most of all for Kohler, the guard. He lost everything, went through 2,000 lashes, and was sent somewhere as a prisoner. Ova swaggered and said he would try anything now. Kulikov behaved as always, gravely and decently, but that was not how the prisoners looked at him. In their hearts, they somehow ceased to respect him, began to treat him more familiarly. In short, after this escape, Kulikov's glory faded considerably. Success means so much to people. Chapter 19, Leaving Prison. All this happened during my last year at hard labor. That last year is almost as memorable for me as the first, especially my very last days in prison. I remember that during that last year, despite my great impatience to finish my term, life was easier for me than in all the previous years. First of all, by then I had many friends among the prisoners who had decided I was a good man. Many were devoted to me and sincerely loved me. The pioneer Baklushin almost burst into tears when he saw me and my comrade off from prison. During that last time, I generally had more privileges. I had renewed relations with some old schoolmates among the military personnel in town. Through them, I could have more money, write home, and even have books. For several years, I hadn't read a single book, and it is hard to give an account of the strange and exciting impression that the first book I read made on me. I remember I started reading it in the evening and went on all night until dawn. It was an issue of a magazine. It was as if news of that world came flying to me. All my former life rose up clear and bright, and I tried to guess if I had fallen far behind that life, what stirred them now. I picked at words, read between the lines, tried to find hidden meanings, and how sad it was for me to find how much of a stranger I was to the new life, a cut-off slice. I would have to get used to the new. New names could be heard, new figures appeared, and I eagerly hurried to acquaint myself with them. I had entered prison in winter, and so in winter I was to be set free on the same day of the month as I had arrived. With what impatience I waited for winter, with what delight I watched the leaves withering on the trees. But now summer was over. The autumn wind began to howl. The first snowflakes came fluttering. It finally settled in, that long-awaited winter. My heart would sometimes start pounding heavily in great anticipation. But, strangely, the more time passed, the more patient I grew. By the very last days, I was astonished and reproached myself. It seemed I had become completely cool and indifferent. Many prisoners, meeting me, got to talking, congratulating me. "So, dear Alexander Petrovich, soon you'll be out there in freedom. You'll leave us all alone." "And what about you, Martinov? Will it be soon now?" I replied. "Me? Don't ask. I've got 7 more years to waste away here." And sighing, he would gaze off absent-mindedly. Yes, many of them congratulated me sincerely and joyfully. It seemed they all began to treat me more affably. I was evidently already ceasing to be one of them. Chinsky, a Polish nobleman, a quiet and meek young man, said to me once, "I'm waiting impatiently for you to get out. You'll leave, and then I'll know that I have exactly a year left." I will note here that owing to dreaminess and long estrangement, freedom seemed to us in prison somehow freer than true freedom. The prisoners exaggerated the notion of actual freedom. Some ragged little officer's orderly was considered almost a king among us, the ideal of the free man, because he went about unshaven, without fetters, and without a convoy. On the eve of the very last day at dusk, I walked for the last time along the fence around our whole prison. How many thousands of times I had walked along that fence. There, behind the barracks, I had wandered during my first year, alone, orphaned, crushed. I remember counting then how many thousands of days I had left. Lord, how long ago it was. Here our eagle had lived in captivity. Here Petrov had often come to meet me. Now, too, he did not abandon me. He came running and silently walked beside me. I was mentally saying goodbye to the blackened log beams of our barracks. How they had shocked me with their unfriendliness then, and how much youth was buried uselessly within these walls, how much great strength perished here for nothing. I must say it all, these people are extraordinary people. They are perhaps the most gifted, the strongest of all our people. But their mighty strength perishes for nothing, perishes abnormally, unlawfully, irretrievably. And who is to blame? That's just it. Who is to blame? Early the next morning, before the men went out to work, I went around all the barracks to say goodbye. Many strong, calloused hands reached out to me affably. Some pressed mine in a comradely way, but those were few. Others understood very well that I was about to become a totally different man from them. They knew I had acquaintances in town, that from here I would go straight to those gentlemen and sit down with them as an equal. They understood that and said goodbye affably, but hardly as to a comrade, but as if to a squire. Some turned away from me and sternly refused to answer my goodbye. A few even looked at me with a sort of hatred. They beat the drum, and everybody headed off to work, while I stayed home. That morning, Sushilov, the prisoner who had attached himself to me, had gotten up earlier than anyone to prepare tea for me. Poor Sushilov. He wept when I gave him my old prison clothes, shirts, and some money. "It's not that," he said, trying to control the trembling of his lips. "But to lose you, Alexander Petrovitch, how can I go on here without you?" I said goodbye for the last time to Akim Akimich as well. "It will be your turn soon," I said. "I'll be here a long time yet, sir," he murmured. I threw myself on his neck and we kissed. 10 minutes after the prisoners went out, we also left the prison, never to return. I and my comrade, with whom I had first come. We had to go straight to the blacksmith to have our fetters removed. We went with a sergeant. The fetters were removed by our fellow prisoners in the engineering workshop. I waited while they unfettered my comrade, then approached the anvil myself. The smiths turned my back to them, raised my leg, placed it on the anvil. They fussed about, wanted to do it better. Turn the rivet first of all," the older one commanded. "Now hit it with the hammer." The fetters fell off. I picked them up. I wanted to hold them, to look them over for the last time. It was as if I marveled now that they had just been on my legs. "Well, go with God, the prisoners said, their voices abrupt, coarse, but as if pleased at something. Yes, with God, freedom, a new life, resurrection from the dead, what a glorious moment. Appendix, The Peasant Mary. We now come to an appendix, a short piece Dostoevsky wrote years later that sheds light on a pivotal moment of transformation he experienced in prison. It is not a story, but a distant memory, which for some reason he wanted to tell at the conclusion of his treatise on the people. He begins when he was 29. It was the second day of the Easter holiday. The air was warm, the sky blue, the sun high, but my soul was very dark. I was wandering behind the barracks, staring at the palings of the stout prison stockade. It was the second day of holiday making. The convicts were not sent to work. There were lots of drunks. Cursing and quarreling broke out every moment. Vile songs, card playing, men beaten half to death, knives drawn. All this had tormented me to the point of illness. I never could bear the people's drunken carousing without loathing. Finally, anger began to burn in my heart. I ran into the Pole, Mickey. He gave me a dark look. "Je haïs ces brigands! I hate these brigands!" he rasped and walked on by. I returned to the barrack. I saw the unconscious Gazin, who had been brutally beaten by 6 hefty peasants. I made my way to my place and lay on my back, my hands behind my head and my eyes shut. I liked to lie like that. You could dream and think. But my heart beat uneasily, and Mookie's words rang in my ears. I indeed forgot myself little by little and sank imperceptibly into memories. During all my 4 years in prison, I was constantly remembering my whole past. These memories arose of themselves. It would start with some point, some line, and grow into a complete picture. I analyzed these impressions, and in that lay all my amusement. This time, for some reason, I suddenly remembered an insignificant moment from my early childhood when I was only 9 years old. A moment I thought I had completely forgotten. I was especially fond of memories from my earliest childhood. I remembered one August on our country estate. The day was dry and clear, but slightly cold and windy. I was sorry to leave the country and go back to Moscow for French lessons. I walked past the barns, went down into the ravine, and hid myself deep in the bushes. I heard not far away a solitary peasant plowing in a clearing. I knew he was plowing up a steep hill, and it was hard going for the horse. Once in a while I heard him shout, "Hup, hup!" I was busy myself, breaking off a hazel switch for whipping frogs. I was also interested in bugs and beetles. I liked the little nimble lizards, but I was afraid of snakes. I loved the forest, with its mushrooms and wild berries, its bugs and little birds, and its damp smell of rotten leaves. And even now, as I write, I can sense that smell. Suddenly, amid the deep silence, I clearly and distinctly heard a cry. "A wolf's coming!" I screamed and, beside myself with fear, shouting at the top of my voice, rushed out to the clearing, straight to the plowing peasant. It was our peasant Mary. He was a man of about 50, thick-set, rather tall, with a lot of gray in his broad, dark brown beard. I knew him, but had almost never spoken to him. He stopped his little mare, hearing my cry, and when I ran to him and clutched his plow in his sleeve, he could tell how frightened I was. "A wolf's coming," I shouted, gasping for breath. He raised his head and looked around. "Where's the wolf?" he asked. There was a shout. Somebody just shouted, "A wolf's coming," I babbled. Now, what wolf? You imagined it," he murmured, encouraging me, but I clutched his coat still more tightly, trembling all over. He looked at me with an uneasy smile, obviously worried about me. "You're really frightened, eh? He shook his head. "Enough now, my dear." He reached out and suddenly stroked my cheek. "Well, enough now, Christ be with you, cross yourself." But I wouldn't cross myself. The corners of my lips twitched. He gently reached out his thick, dirt-covered finger with its black nail and gently touched my quivering lips. "Really now," he smiled at me with a long and somehow motherly smile. "Lord, what's all this, really now?" I finally understood that there was no wolf, that I had imagined the cry. "Well, I'll go now," I said, looking at him timidly. "Well, off with you then," he said, "and I'll keep an eye on you. I won't let the wolf get you," he added with the same motherly smile. "Well, off you go, and Christ be with you," and he made the sign of the cross over me and over himself. I went, turning to look back almost every 10 steps. Mary stood by his little mare watching me and nodding each time I looked back. I was a little ashamed for being so afraid, but I kept going until I reached the first barn. There my fear fell away completely. I recalled all this at once, I don't know why, but with an astonishing precision of detail. I suddenly came to and sat up on the bunk, and I still had the quiet smile of remembrance on my face. On coming home from Mary then, I didn't tell anyone about my adventure. And about Mary I also very soon forgot. And now suddenly, 20 years later, in Siberia, I remembered this whole encounter with such clarity, which means that it had embedded itself in my soul imperceptibly, on its own and without my will, and I suddenly remembered it when it was needed. I remembered that tender motherly smile of the poor serf, his signs of the cross, the way he shook his head. "You're really frightened, lad." And especially that thick, dirt-covered finger of his, with which he had touched my quivering lips gently and with timid tenderness. Of course, anyone would reassure a child, but here, in this solitary encounter, something quite different happened. And if I had been his own son, he could not have given me a look shining with more radiant love. He was our own serf, and I was his little master. No one would learn how tender he had been and reward him for it. Was it that he loved little children so much? This had been a solitary encounter, and maybe only God above had seen what deep and enlightened human feeling, what refined, almost feminine tenderness could fill the heart of a coarse, brutishly ignorant Russian serf. And so, when I got off my bunk and glanced about, I remember suddenly feeling that I could look at these unfortunate men with totally different eyes, and that suddenly, by some miracle, all the hatred and anger in my heart had vanished completely. I went about peering into the faces I met. This shaved and disgraced peasant, drunk and with a branded face, bellowing out his hoarse, drunken song. Why, he also could be that same Mary. I could not look into his heart. That same evening, I met Mickey again. Poor man, he certainly could not have had memories of any Marys or any other view of these people then. "I hate these brigands." No, those Poles endured more than we did then. This concludes the audiobook adaptation of Notes from a Dead House by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Thank you for listening. This audio adaptation is based on the original book. If you enjoyed this production, you can support me and get another great audiobook for free by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. Just search for Audible free trial to explore their vast collection. Your support helps me to continue creating these adaptations. Thank you again.